The title of this stream, by the way, hi. The title of this stream is not a joke. I'm gonna turn my music back on. For those who can't see the title, well, actually, no one can't see the title, even on VODs. Why isn't my music? Hold on. Even on VODs, there we go. Even on VODs, it should still have the title, but there's always a possibility that for some reason it doesn't. The title says, "I have no ideas and I must stream." I truly didn't have ideas when I started up this morning. It was like, man, I don't know what I want to play, and there were so many ideas that I had that of things I wanted to play, but I didn't really want to play, but I kind of did. Like it was a whole big thing. This is why I'm 20 minutes late. Because I was sitting there trying to figure out what game I wanted to play, what I wanted to do. Even if I did, like, did I even want to play a game? Did I want to do another like D&D related stream where I'm just writing notes? You know, I had no idea. But I wanted to stream today. I knew that much. And so here I am. However, during that time I had at least one idea. So I'm probably going to start with that. And if we want to change it around, we can. But for now, this is probably going to be a variety stream thing where I do a lot of different stuff. I'm also realizing now with all my variety streams that I'm going to have a harder time. Not harder time. I'm going to have to, like, videos are going to be in multiple different playlists on my VODs channel. Just like, hey, does this have Marvel Rivals in it? Then it's in the Marvel Rivals playlist. Does it have Monster Hunter in it? Then it's in the Monster Hunter playlist. But yeah, so I was probably gonna do some Rivals, I think. Play a little bit of Marvel Rivals, and then maybe swap to Monster Hunter. I'm not sure. One of those two. Or I could play Total War Warhammer again. I've been feeling like wanting to play that again. Or I could try some solo repo. You know, there's a lot of options. I kind of want to start like an Chrono Trigger's dead. Maybe. I don't know. I realized while I was sitting there doing Chrono Triggers, like I was trying to get myself to do more Chrono Trigger, and I realized I was forcing myself to do Chrono Trigger, and I really didn't want to. I was like, okay, maybe this was a poor game to choose to try and complete completely. So yeah, sorry to the one guy who came and followed me to watch Chrono Trigger and was just waiting for me to finish it before he could unfollow me. You can probably do that now. I am unlikely to go back to Chrono Trigger. I started it up the other day, and I just had this sense of like, you know? I don't know if I'm a JRPG guy anymore. I used to be for a long time, but I think I've lost that spark. And I think part of why I lost that spark is I no longer have, like, JRPGs. I feel like, and I could be wrong on this, you could disagree with me, but to me, JRPGs feel like a kind of game that you want to play over time, on like a Game Boy or something, where like you pull up you're like in the car, you know, and you're going somewhere with your parents, and so you pull up your Game Boy and you play a little bit of the game, and like you come back to it later, and then you play a little bit more of your game when you're like laying in bed later or something like that. It's like a mobile game that you play whenever, because I am the adult now that has to drive and, you know, do stuff and whatever, go to work. I do not have those free moments as much as I used to, and so it's harder to get through a JRPG, in my opinion, because that's how I'm used to playing them and how I want to play them. I tried using Stream as a way to like force myself to get through Chrono Trigger, but my will apparently is too great, and if I don't want to do a thing, I will not do a thing. And that's not entirely true, but in regards to playing video games, yeah, that's true. If there's a game I don't want to play, I just won't play that game. So yeah. For example, what else was on my list? I've had Cyberpunk on my list for a long time. I've beaten it, but I own the DLC, but I've never beaten the DLC because I just haven't, you know, gotten around to it. So, but because I don't want to, I'm not gonna, even though I know it's good, you know, and I kind of know a bunch about it already, just from being on the subreddit. So yeah, there are a lot of options today. There's a lot of things that I want to do that could be fun, but I also don't want to do really, but they could be fun. Like, you know, I kind of want to, in some ways, I kind of want to look through my library, even the non-installed stuff, and figure out, you know what, you guys can look through my library with me. Hold on. This is real boring looking at the black screen. Screen capture? There we go. Welcome to my Steam library. It's quite, as they say, large. So, yes. These are my collections. I was gonna just, like, look through the RPG list and see, like, what... But not size on disc, obviously. Let's go Steam review. And then just see what looks interesting. You know, something that I could play consistently on stream. Because I do want a game that's like, hey, this is your stream game. You only play it on stream. And it's something you haven't played before, you know? Like, I'd love for my stream game to be Dishonored, but I've played Dishonored before. I could still go through the Dishonored games. I do miss them. You know, or like, The Forgotten City. Can't do that one on stream. I've already done it. I like a good... I never finished Shadows Over Loathing. I started that a while ago. But it's another one of those... It's another JRPG. And again, I struggle with JRPGs nowadays. Same thing with Cassette Beast. That was really fun, but... Pokemon is a JRPG. There's just something about it that just doesn't click in my brain as much as it used to. As much as I want to. Like, I always want to play JRPGs, and then I get there, and I'm like, oh... Well... And, like, I wouldn't want to do Guardians, because it feels a little too commercialized to me, because it's just Marvel stuff. But I know it's good. It feels weird, you know? Though I did want to play this. I know it's good. What do the reviews say? You're coming with me on this adventure. Reviews. So story, but great characters, good voice acting, loads of funny details and hilarious dialogues. Unpolished around some technical edges, but beautiful graphics. Just a really fun game. Story is good. The characters are very compelling and lovable, and the graphics were great. Gameplay is a little repetitive, but I was never bored by it. Well, if you mention that it's repetitive, you were probably slightly bored by it. Marcella's game, incredibly surprising game. I think people were worried about this game after the Avengers is a single-player adventure filled with awesome action and great set pieces. Good game, love the interactions. What kind of game is it? Like, what even is the genre? Is it an action game? Is that what's happening here? I don't like how they look. We'll see some gameplay. Yeah. Okay, that was not as much gameplay as I had hoped. It's funny how much they made, like, how much the movies made music part of this stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It could be okay. Back to collections. I do want to do an RPG though. I think playing an RPG is the way to go for me. For me, because they're the ones I always want to play but never can get around to. So that's an option. Tried another Crab's Treasure on stream. It was all right. There was something about it that felt weird to me, or I didn't really click again in my brain. I don't know. Sometimes I can't explain it. I'm like, oh, I don't like that game. Why? I don't know. It was really charming and beautiful and fun. And like, well written. I don't know. It's just one of those games where I was like, Same thing with the Mad Max game. You think I'd love this shit? I know based on the reviews of some of these that we're getting already deep into the, not deep, but we're getting lower in the review scores already. I'm not against like looking for a new game to buy as well, because I want something that is long enough and there's multiple streams, but not so long that it's like 10 streams, you know? Like an Octopath Traveler? No, it's a JRPG, doesn't count. But an Octopath Traveler is too long. All of the Dragon Age games, too long, because I would want to play all through all of them. All the Mass Effect games, potentially too long. I don't know. That one might be different, but yeah. You know, there is the new Kingdom Come Deliverance, which I guess was a reboot of the... Was that? Hold on. Okay, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a sequel, but it is mostly a standalone game. It's a sequel in quotes. Got it. So that's something, that's a possibility. That could be fun. I really didn't like the combat in Kingdom Come Deliverance. Is the combat come to better? Okay, here's the thing I just found on Reddit while looking up to see if the combat was better. Reviews say the combat is better are fucking liars. It feels smoother and more polished, but at the core, it's even worse than Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. Something about Master Strikes, I don't know about that. Attack zones are missing, I don't know. Backpedaling was not fixed. Targeting was not fixed, even after all the feedback from the first game. Perfect blocks still so dominant that combos might as well not exist. Enemy scaling was not fixed, and still, simple peasants can perfect block every single attack. Combat AI is still terrible. The blocking counter is useless against anyone who isn't an unarmed villager. Also, making any fight a repetitive slog, just trying to land the same technique is the only thing that can hit anyone. So said, yeah, I did use the Alt F4 combo after 30 minutes of fighting one guy. Interesting. So maybe not that one. But like that kind of game is in my brain as an idea. One that I can kind of fuck around in and get lost in. And because that seems to be the best stream games for me, you know? Tempted to play my Monster Hunter Rise. Mostly positive. Oh, Terra's on here? Terra's dead. How is it mostly positive? It doesn't exist anymore. This has been on my list for a long time, actually, Call of Cthulhu. I don't know if it would stick or not. Is this actually first person? I thought this was a third person game. I just saw some first person screenshots. Yeah, it's first person? Let's see. A game for graphic junkies. The graphics are old, the animations of the character are wooden. Despite small problems in the narrative, I think it's the best Lovecraft game I've ever played. Starts with a good and precise mood. Masterfully blends cosmic horror. Excuse you. Oh, you can't hear that. There's videos playing in the background. I love the autoplay video Steam. I really like that. I love that there's no way to turn it off, as far as I'm aware. Just close your eyes and listen to the voice acting instead. Let's see. Interesting. Wait, I did write something down in my stream ideas notes. Hold on. What was that? General stream notes? Oh, right. Right. I forgot. I set up this thing. Ignore this. Don't look at what I'm doing. I set up this thing that was like my stream notes. Where are they? I moved it. Stream. Game ideas. Oh, Planet Coaster, Planet Zoo. That's right. I wrote that down the other day. It's not exactly an RPG, but that could be a fun one. You know what? Planet Zoo is not installed. Okay. We're gonna put this on the install list. It's, you're looking at my drives. Don't look at my drive names. You'll be able to hack my PC. Let this reserve its space, and then, where did I put that emergency game storage? No. Come on, hurry up. Reserve your space. Oh, no, it is already downloading. Okay. Pause. We'll come back to that. I will not play that today, but it will go on the list of potentially tomorrow. A lot of these we're choosing basically for tomorrow, or I can start downloading it now and my stream might absolutely eat shit and die, but, yeah. Stalker, Code of Pripyat. Kenshi... some of these I would not count as an RPG. Sphinx? I don't think so. It's an RPG in the way like a Zelda game is an RPG, or it's like, not really. Kinda, I guess. Woof. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. What's fucking new right now? I know Assassin's Creed is up. On that. Is Adam Fallout? Is it good? Sorry, I have a habit of opening new tabs all the time for Steam Store stuff. I'm gonna put this over here while that loads. Oh, it loaded. It's just videos. Just videos! But it has reviews, so the early access people have it. Alright. I don't care, actually, it turns out. Yasuke Simulator? Okay. Is that because of fucking... Assassin's Creed Shadows? I thought this game was bad. And I don't think anyone's saying it's bad. Like 2 million people bought it. It's tempting. It is tempting. I will admit. What the fuck is this? Crime Gamer. It looks like Muppets. Okay. Okay, honestly, this was really fun. This was good. That could be up there. This isn't out yet. I want to play this. It's not out yet. This is out. This is out. Surprised this one's full price. I've never played Stellaris, but I've been told to play Stellaris. Hold on. I'm gonna look at what the reviews are saying for this, because I want to see if they agree with my... you're so loud. Okay. Let me find. Okay. Finally, John Berserk. Yeah, alright. It's not out yet. Oh, but people can have it if they have the... I see. It comes out tomorrow. If you pre-order it, you get the fucking special armor set, which I don't give a shit about. Or you can get the Berserk Deluxe. No, it's alright. Oh wait, this is a Kazan hardcore set 800 years with events of Dungeon Fighter Online. The fuck is that? Is this an anime tie-in? Or not anime, but like a video game tie-in? What the fuck is this? It's a fighting game. And of course they put giant biddies on the front of their main character. Hold on, I didn't know about this game. What is this? Tell me more about you. I don't want to purchase her. Jesus Christ. Where's the fucking... I just want to know about the... No. Give me the main website. There we go. Game info. Character info. That's what I want. Okay. Classes. Is this not... Is this a MMO? What am I looking at here? Hold on. Why are there classes? What does that mean? What the fuck? It's a side... It's a beat 'em... Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's like Maple Story kind of... Where it's like a 2D MMO. What the fuck? A swordsman possessed by a demon called Kazan in their left arm. Yeah, okay. So the Slayer is like this guy. This is a... I didn't know this was a tie-in game. What the fuck? That's so weird. And then he can upgrade to Blade Master or Soulbender. Or Berserker. Oh, here we go. Berserker. That's the one from the game. What is... Oh, it starts here. This is the beginning. First awakening, you turn into an angry child. And then you get bigger and bigger. Okay. Interesting. Weird. Weird. So... What the heck is this? What is a demonic lancer? What does that mean? Demonic lance. Of Dragoon. This is funky. Also, is this also Kazan? Everything that my sword reaches shall become my fate. And her Majid imbued in her arm. Okay, so it's not Kazan now. Why not? Damn, they really... Okay. Normal art. They got it. And they really said, let's squeeze them titties out there. She's not even, like... What's happening with the clothing? Turning my head, trying to figure out the position she's in with the pose. It all kind of like... Hold on. Boobs aside, it all kind of blends. Like, this is her arm, but it kind of looked like part of her, like... You can't see my mouse. Her arm is there, kind of looked like part of her, like... Her corset or whatever. It was very confusing. Okay. Look, I got nothing against movies. I'm gonna put that out there right now. But like, I feel like you could make cool character designs without having, you know, without relying solely on the tit. Like, these are great. Look at that. You still got some stuff going on. You got shorts, sure, that's fine, whatever. This, okay, that's, you know what? But the rest of the design feels like it makes sense for that. You know what I mean? But for like, where was she? The Spectre Slayer? What is this? What is this? It doesn't... What is this? You know? This Even though it's like she's mostly naked, it fits the weird like Jinx ass flavor they've got going on, you know? It's fine. And then she's got 2 of those, but whatever. I feel like some of these, like, you can tell that probably originally they were gender locked at some point, and that like this was probably the starting one for this, and then this was just like, oh, I don't know, I guess we'll put a boy one there and too. See what I mean? Like, this feels like the original design, and then they're like, oh, okay, update it or whatever. Of course, it's the Dark Knight. He doesn't have any other. Okay, he's special agent. Thank you. Bless me. I heard you say it through a screen. Anyway, Troubleshooter's a funny name for a guy with a gun. I'm just saying, that'd be a really funny superhero character. Troubleshooter. Close that out. Alright, anyway, Steam launcher. That'll move me, so I'm like here, but not here. Oh wait, no, actually, this was a good spot. Covers notifications. That'll be fine. Okay. Why is that open? Sorry, I just noticed the fucking... Anyway. Sometimes I fucking like middle click and shift middle click on stuff accidentally, completely unnoticing. And I'll just find random windows open to stuff that I wasn't like, I didn't tab or like, you know, or like, it's just like, what the fuck is that? This was like a game anime tie-in thing, wasn't it? It actually has good reviews. Why do I own this? No, it has middling reviews. Okay. Back to looking at the list. You know what? While we're looking, if Planet Zoo finishes downloading by the time we potentially choose something, then I'll go play Planet Zoo. Okay. I love the idea of Kenshi. Like, I love story generators like that, and like Dwarf Fortress and what's it called? Fucking that one game. World. Do I have Dwarf Fortress still installed? Hold on. I do. You guys want to try some Dwarf Fortress? I was gonna play Marvel Rivals potentially because I was like, oh, I haven't played in a while. I probably have a bunch of like things set up I'm missing. We could play Dwarf Fortress. I don't know how to play Dwarf Fortress very well. In fact, I'm quite bad at it. Here, this game's good, by the way. So I'm just looking at my list of things. God, I haven't played Tabletop Sim since 2022. Yeah, that's around Dark Tide closed beta. Playing fucking Star or Honkai Impact. Damn, this was like a couple Halloweens ago. Yeah, this is In Sound Mind, Skater Sombra. I played these for Halloween a little while ago. Can I ever play Temtem and like 3 years? Jesus. Jesus. I was playing this with a buddy of mine, and we were only playing it together, and, yeah. Clearly, we did not get very far before we, gave up on it. Grounded. I've got a lot of stuff. You know what? Fuck, hold on. Where's everything? Where's my entire library? Everything all at once. Steam review. We're just gonna look at all the games. But it doesn't have to be an RPG. Let's look at all the games. Okay. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Very high. Very high. And do we want to look at Steam review or Metacritic? You know? Because they're different. If we look at top Steam review and then we look up top Metacritic score, it goes up. Because these are more... The Steam reviews are a lot of indie games that people really, really like, you know? So you're more likely to see, like, weird little hidden gems. But for Metacritic, it's more like the mainstream games that have the highest scores, you know? Which is fascinating. It's fascinating that it splits like that. Oh, I do like Persona 5. This is one JRPG that does stick with me. Although I haven't played Royale, I don't know what differences there are. I've never finished Royale, and I've been meaning to, but I know that'd be a lot of streams. At like 4 hours a stream, hold on. If I played the same way I did last time, that's 50 streams. That would be half. I wanted to do 100 streams this year. If I played Persona 5 Royale, that would make half of my streams Persona 5 streams. Which is wild. When does Night Rain come out? I forgot about that already. May 30th. Okay, I got a bit of time. So I don't want to pick up a game. Because I probably will end up pick up Night Rain eventually. Dwarf Fortress is really high up there. It's back. It's haunting us. That's not really beatable, but we could start a thing. And I can keep downloading Planet Zoo while I do that. Honestly, Dwarf Fortress and Planet Zoo, mechanically, very similar. I never beat fucking Metaphor. I got so distracted. I got 9 hours in and then never fucking went back to it. I need to do that. I don't know if I'm going to do that on stream, but I do need to do that. That is high on my list. Jesus. I could never get into this game. Crusader Kings. Yeah. You know what we're going to do? Here's what we're going to do. Hold on. I think I already have a thing for this. Stream games, question mark? Yes. Remove. Remove from stream games. Remove from stream game. Although this was good. You know, we'll keep this here. Back up. We have our stream games, question mark. We're going to start putting stuff in there. So everything all at once. That's what we're doing for right now. Right now, the idea is stuff we can play on stream that'd be interesting. This could be fun. I have my own weird emotional hang-ups with this game, so I'm not that interested in that for stream, honestly. Baldur's Gate could be fun. Long thing, but we could do a solo run, so let's add that to stream games. I could see that being a thing. Baldur's Gate has a lot of infinite potential for fucking around, you know? BioShock could be interesting, but I've played it a bunch of times. So I'm going to skip those. Anything that I've played a bunch of times, this is a possibility. However, it is so long. But I do really like it, and I haven't played. It might give me a reason to play this game when I otherwise hadn't. But then I feel like this is one of those games where I'd start playing it on stream only, and then it would become, I played on my own, so can't do that. Divinity Original Sin Enhanced Edition. Maybe? I didn't really like the first one, to be honest. But, yeah, that's just me. Not a huge CRPG fan. I want to be. Oh, that could be something out of this list. Hold on. Pathfinder. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. I'm going to add this to stream game, question mark? And then also Warhammer... Where are you? Rogue Trader. Stream game? Question mark? Because I want to play an Owl Cat RPG or whatever they're called. Where'd it go? Where's everything all at once? But I don't know. I always struggle with CRPGs in the same way I struggle with JRPGs, but I think potentially having a consistent, like, through line to like play for stream might be good for that too. Dwarf Fortress is going on that list. Add to stream games. Divinity Original Sin 2 is okay and could be good for that too. Let's add that to the list. You know, I've never played the God of War games. 11 minutes. I've played 11 minutes of the first God of War game, and I have multiple of them. So let's add that to the list. We won't add all of them. Just add the first one. Hades is fun. I'm bad at it. A replay of The Witcher 3 could be good. I haven't played it in many years. I want to look at how long it's been since I've played The Witcher 3. 2020? I guess did I play it in 2020? I feel like I played it way earlier. Did I review it? It didn't. It's like a screenshot. Oh, achievements. Hold on. Achievements. When did I actually get the bulk of my achievements? 2017. So we're coming up on we are 8. I haven't played The Witcher 3 in 8 years. It is ripe for a replay because it is a fun game. Okay. Okami? I've never played Okami. That could be a good one. I've never played it. I'll be totally honest. I don't know what this is. Meh. Screenshots with no. Chained Echoes is really good, especially for a solo created game. However, JRPG doesn't click in my brain. I really wanted to play this one though, but I really struggled with it. I've never gotten around to beating Dark Souls 2. Well and truly, I've never beaten it. Even though I have 51 hours. It was my first Dark Souls game, and I was like, I did not know what I was doing. Human Revolution, I think I beat this? No, I didn't. I had 30 hours in, and I got bored. Maybe because I went stealth, but I got bored. Let's see. Satisfactory is always an option. Honestly, it's a good option. Stuff that's like Minecraft and things are good for stream because it kind of create your own story. Same with like, you know, Minecraft. Let's see. This is too hard. I remember this game. I remember like, I don't know why I only have 0 minutes on it, but I've definitely played it and I went, Jesus, no. The Curse of Monkey Island. No, I'm alright. Left 4 Dead, Neon White, Pillars of Eternity. This is one of those CRPG problems I have. This, I tried to play Return of the Obra Dinn. I have 97 minutes. I tried to play it, and I just fucking suffered. Stardew Valley. No. I'm trying to think of things that would be good for stream. The Doom games could be fun, honestly. I wanted to play through them on like Ultra Nightmare or whatever, like the hardest difficulty. Because I went through Doom Eternal on Nightmare, I think. Hold on, it'll say on my... What did I do it on? Does it not say? On any difficulty. Well, okay. I did it on Nightmare. I'm pretty sure. Well. I remember doing it at a hard difficulty, and then everyone complained about my difficulty at the time, and I went, "It's not that hard." And I was like, oh, "Just get good." So I'll throw it in. We're just throwing stuff at the wall right now. There's a lot of Ori games. What the hell? Oh, Definitive Edition. I see. It's the upgrade. Oh, fucking Owlboy. I forgot about that. Rogue Legacy 2 was fun. I don't know. Sekiro. I don't think I ever officially beat it. I don't think I ever will. It is... In the beginning, you're like, oh, actually, I got this now. I got it this time. And then by the time you get to the end, you're like, okay, no. It's still not that good. XCOM 2 could be fun. And in that regard, actually, Stream Games, Mechanicus could be good too. Oh, right, I wanted to buy the actual... Hold on. This was a whole thing where you had to... Oh, I have World of Assassination. Wait, what? How does this work? The Steam reviews talk about it. About Hitman 1 and 2. Hold on. I've been meaning to... I either bought this, or I needed to buy it, or I have it. I don't know what World of Assassination Part 1 was, but I bought it really small. VR supported. What the hell does that mean? But then I don't own the actual, like, World of Assassination game. This is something that's on my list. I'm putting this on my stream game list, just to remind me to fucking grab it. World of Assassination. Where'd you go? Add to stream games. I got distracted. I just started scrolling without reading. Deathwish, Divinity Original Sin's back. What's this? Oh, interesting. Monkey Island. RimWorld is another one of those like, story generators. Which I'm absolutely terrible at. It's the same thing as Dwarf Fortress, though. It's just slightly different. Can't see, but I'm dancing. Dawn of War is fun. Cyberpunk. Dishonored 2. Neo. It's funny that they put the reviews for Metacritic on here when they don't for the Steam review. It's like no, we're not going to show you the actual Steam review, but we're going to show you the Metacritic number somehow. I thought this was like Fantastic Four for a second. Like it's like the Thing is up here, and then down here you have fucking this Invisible Woman. And I was like, what the fuck is that? This could be fun. It's another story generator, but like an RPG version. I do want to replay Control. I had a lot of fun with Control. Death Stranding could be interesting. This is the director's cut. We'll put that in stream games. It could be incredibly boring, but it could be interesting. This also goes into stream games because I want to do the Doom games in order at the highest difficulty. Gorn. I forgot about Gorn. Could do Outer Wilds. I'm pretty bad at this game. I don't know what I'm doing, but we could do it. It's possible. I've just got an idea. Hold on. Audio. Hotkeys. That's what I want. Trying to find. There we go. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna try a thing. Okay. I was like, I need a quicker mute than what I have on my stream deck because I have to reach my stream deck if there's like I hear something coming down the road that's too loud. And this way it's closer to my muscle memory of mute for Discord. Hey, why isn't that working now? Okay, weird. Anyway. But I can also... I guess it still is muting both. I'll have to find a different way to do that, but that's the current way. Anyway, how rarely am I ever in Discord and streaming? Let's see. I stopped looking at stuff. Dark Souls, the end is nigh. Fallout 4 could be good. I've played so much of it though. 232 hours. I've played a lot of Fallout 4. It's probably my favorite Fallout game. Right behind. Actually, no, that's probably just straight out probably my favorite Fallout game. I really liked New Vegas, but I really liked 4 more. Although I played more 3 and 4 than New Vegas, that's for sure. Although I mostly played 3 on my Xbox, so my Fallout 3 time is not listed here, but it was a lot of time. I played a lot of Fallout 3. Oh, you know what? I've just remembered. I have a Humble Bundle I can go collect. What's in the Humble Bundle monthly? I got charged on my card just the other day, and I want to know what it was. Oh, some of these are fun. One of those is Origin only, but that's something. Hold on, I'm gonna move this away for a second. You're gonna get a... Also, this has been stuck on my desktop for forever. This little close. It's been really annoying, actually. Hold on, we're gonna redeem some codes real quick, which is why you can't see what I'm doing. This fucking game. Homeworld 3 is on the list of the games that I just got out of the Humble Monthly, and not that interested, to be entirely honest. It's not exactly my style. Done getting all the codes. Okay, there we go. Bop, bop. Sorry, taking a screenshot real fast. Blur that for a second. Settings, family. Sorry, doing some things real quick. Okie dokie. Unblur. So Planet Zoo is nowhere near download. You can see my primary download speeds. Look at that. Ooh, so fast, so slow. Anyway. So instead... what did they add to the fucking TCG shop? Hold on. Further customize your shop with a variety of customizable features. Materials for walls, floor, ceiling. Like posters. Deco. Way shop decorations on the app. Nice. Cool. Those are so big. Anyway, the games that we just added were Pacific Drive. I don't know what Pacific Drive is. I've heard about it. It looks funky. We got Homeworld 3, which is a space game. I'm so bad at the space games. I might just be bad at video games. We got Gravity Circuit, which kind of looks like Mega Man. I'm going to assume it's Mega Man. We got Sir Whoop-Ass, whatever that is. Racine. Racine. And then Cavern of Dreams, which looks like a collectathon kind of... Yeah, N64 style collectathon thing. Yeah. Sure is. And then I got 2 more games on Origin which I need to add, which is Wild Hearts and Tales of Kenzara Zao. Whatever the fuck that is. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. Because I can't decide, and we have a list of things we can now do. We'll decide. We're gonna pull up We'll Decide. We're gonna pull up the stream games, question mark? We got 18 options here. Most of these are not installed. Let's sort this by size on disk. Okay, so of these, these are my 4 options that I currently have. I don't want to play Satisfactory. I don't really want to start a Baldur's Gate game, though we could. I haven't beaten Baldur's Gate since they added the extra, like, ooh, we added more story stuff. So you know what? We could have a stream Baldur's Gate game. That could be fun. Wildermyth and Dwarf Fortress are also up there. Alright, so those are the 3. Those are the 3. So we got... Actually, it's only just 2. I'm really flipping a coin here. Dwarf Fortress or Baldur's Gate 3. Which to play? Apply wheel changes. Alright, friends. I'm going to give you my desktop audio for a second here. We are going to hit it. Ready? Go. Desktop audio is not audioing. There we go. Baldur's Gate 3! Alright. We can take off my screen capture now. So you can stop seeing everything on my screen! Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting it all set up. You'll have to wait. And it seems like the downloading is not causing a problem for my upload, so we're keeping it. We're going to keep downloading Planet Zoo because we might play a little bit of Planet Zoo today, too. You know. Well and truly, though, I mostly... Oh, you know what? I can turn on... Isn't there a Baldur's Gate 3... Isn't there a Baldur's Gate 3 extension? There is. Bonk! I haven't used this in forever. Okay. We can officially change what we're playing. Cool. I'm going to keep the title of the stream, though. That only took us an hour to decide what we wanted to play. Also, Baldur's Gate 3 launched a while ago, and I forgot to check that the launcher was up. Just didn't appear on the right monitor, so it was hiding behind Windows. I'm real good. I'm a professional streamer, guys. I've gotten paid. I am a professional streamer. That's how good I am. You can tell by how good I am at the streaming stuff. Anyway. Camera setup. I need camera setup. Hello? I hit play. Hello? Bird's gonna break for a second. Woo! Baldur's Gate's trying to crash on me. It's trying so hard. Oops, ignore that. Calibrate eyes. Bonk. 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 Yeah, we're good. I just wanted to do a little eye calibration. Come on, Baldur's Gate. I believe in you. I believe in you. You got this. Oh. Larian Studios. Bonk. Bonk. Let's set up our mods too. I know, I know, we're not getting into the game right away, but I wanna get it set up. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Also, is it possible to change? Hold on. Can I add? Where is my game capture? My sources window needs to be bigger. Oh my god, that's so much nicer. Why has my sources window been so small this whole time? I've been like, oh, I need. I was really nerfing myself there. Honestly, I can make it bigger. Sources window. Give me your. Where's your? Can I not? Oh, I can only make it so big. Okay. Let's see. Where is my game capture? Right here. Capture audio beta. Let's see if that works. Does not seem to be working, so good. Oh! It is? Why is it gray? Hold on, I'm gonna turn my music off for a sec. OBS yellow exclamation mark on audio. Wait, what? Muted. Muted. Not muted. It's just muted. Monitoring device. Rear jack headphones. Apply. Thank you for that, Goop. Alright, we're just doing the old way. I'll fix that other one later. Anyway. Hello. This is what we're doing now. You arrived just in time. I spent an hour trying to decide what I wanted to do this morning. And you've gotten here just in time. Why isn't there any music? Oh, there it is. Yo, mod manager, mod manager. Okay. Hello. Hello. Wait, I forgot. What's Twitch's policy on incidental game nudity? What's that about? I forgot what the answer was for that. Like, I've completely forgotten. Hello. I think some of these need updates, but I'm afraid to update them because then make someone else update. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Can I just update all? No. Update. Update. I don't know, actually. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what the, like... I have to look up it. Hold on. Twitch. I don't know what YouTube's policy is either. Probably a 0, honestly, because I upload these to YouTube now, so I'm going to have to go turn off the nudity. You know what? That's just the answer. Because that does just happen sometimes. Especially with some of these outfits that come with the mods. The content warning based on your game camera, so maybe it's fine? Yeah, I worry about YouTube. I'm gonna remove you. Okay. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, exactly. But, you know what I can also do? Twitch extension enabled. Ha ha ha. I, 'cause, I, 'cause, 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 The fuck is accessibility? Is that where they put it? Is that where they hit it? Show genitals. Hide. Yes, that can stay. Certain scenes are private. This means multiplayer. Okay, so we just take off. Yes, we just removed genitals. I don't know if that counts for the biddies, but we'll see. Vermilion games. Vermilion games. We're not doing that. We're starting fresh. We're starting fresh. Yeah. I want to start a game for... No, I don't want that. Hold on, I'm going to restart the game real fast. Real quick. Just a quick little restart. Quick cheeky restart. Yeah. So, start a new game. We're going to beat the game. We're going to beat it with our custom stream character. Oh, back. No genitals here, no sir. The question is does Larian count boobs as genitals? I don't think they count. But maybe it's just a remove nudity thing? I don't know. I don't know. Gonna beat it during this stream? No, you can. I mean, I know the speedrunning techniques. I could do it. I've never done it before, but I could do it. I think the fastest way to beat the game is with Gale, and you have to like kill Shadowheart and put her in a box a bunch of times. Like, it's a whole thing. But yeah, so, but that's not. Why did you what the fuck? Hold on. My game audio is freaking out. There we go. I had to deselect it and reselect it. And then you use Gale to blow yourself up when you see the Elder Brain or whatever, and then you beat the game. Sorry, spoilers. Okay. Whoa. That was so fast. I didn't even see what you deleted. That was so fast. We're not doing honor mode. Fuck that. We're going to do custom experience. So, rule sets. I really like all the roles being hidden from us. I'm going to refer to it as us because it's really us playing. You'll notice there's a cool little extension, or there should be, that lets you interact with stuff on stream, where you can see the party, and you can also help me make choices on what I'm saying and doing. So yeah, we might or might not beat the game. Maybe. We'll see. I gave up on Chrono Trigger. I might give up on this. I don't think I've ever beaten a game on stream. But it could be the first time. It could be. Okay, standard rule set. We're going to do a single save slot. We cannot save and then do a thing and then, or save and then, like, there's a single save slot, which means if it auto-saves ever, it overwrites that save. So, the auto-saves will be dangerous. There's the possibility of getting soft-locked. But I like it better for the sake of I fuck something up and I can't just go back in time. We have to deal with the consequences of the fuck up. You know? Very much more D&D-like. Although some games do have a little bit of retconning when there's a serious fuck up. You're like, can I undo that and start over? A little save scumming. But I do like the idea of single save slot. Cannot go back. You know? Alright. Balance. We'll just keep it all balanced. Unless we... Yeah. We could go tactician, but I'm bad at video games, so we'll keep it all balanced. Proficiency bonus. Same. Everything else the same, basically, except... No, I like having the free strikes in this game, and I've seen enough games now that people just assume that's a thing. Camp cost the same. Trade price modifier the same. Multi-classing okay. Always proper action. No. Hide NPC health. Okay. This will make it incredibly hard, because you won't be able to, like, say, okay, I can do 2 health, 2 damage to this guy with this thing. I know that I only need, like, I know that these guys are only at 2 hits each, so I'm just gonna magic missile each of them, kind of thing. So it lets you be more tactful. But that's not how it works in D&D. In D&D, the DM knows the health, and you just keep fighting until the thing is dead. You know? So I'm gonna do this one. Now we can go back on this one. If we don't like it, if we're like, hey, I actually want to see the health, this is way harder than I thought, we'll bring it back. But the rest of this roll's going to do. Hide failed perception roll. So if I fail a perception roll while walking around, it won't say like, perception roll failed. It just will do it and not tell me. This is also, it will also not tell me if I pass a certain passive roll in a dialogue. So it's like, oh, investigation, ching, you did it. I won't know. I'll just have the information listed kind of thing. So like, yes, I won't, or actually, yeah. So it won't show me like, oh, you failed a persuasion, or not persuasion, you failed an insight check. During this conversation, I won't know that I failed an insight check, you know? Yeah. So anything like that. But if I do pass the insight check, I'll just have an option to say like, hey, you're lying, you know? It won't tell me that I've passed that one either. I wish I could like split it up into 2 where it's like, hey, yes, hide my failed rolls, but show me my succeeded rolls so I know that like I have discovered a thing, because I might not notice it otherwise. But whatever. It's fine. Okay, preview dialogue check before difficulty rolling. Enable to see how hard ability or skill checks will be before you select them as dialogue options. I don't like this one. I'm trying to give myself as little information as possible. And still be able to play the game in a reasonable level. Yeah, so you can't see how hard a thing is. Like, hey, I'm going to try that. Because, again, I'm trying to think about it in terms of, like, real D&D, where it's like, someone's like, hey, I want to try and persuade this guy about this thing. The DM doesn't say, oh, okay, that's a DC of, you know, that's going to be DC of 42 or something. You're like, oh, maybe I won't try that. They don't do that. They don't tell you the fucking DC ahead of time. So, hide that one. Hide difficulty class during rolls. Obscure the difficulty class while making ability or skill checks. Yes. Because again, I want to make it as close to, like, really playing D&D as possible. Cool. Minus the free hits at the beginning. Actually, no, I have disable free strikes on. Yes, so it costs an attack. Yes, no free strikes. That's what I want. Okay. Now the hard part. The really hard part. Making our character. Choosing our ship. I'm going to watch all the cutscenes. Plus, this is a rad cutscene. Goop, have you played Baldur's Gate 3? Also, let me know if it's like too loud or too quiet. Oh, you're in for a fun little treat. I hope you don't have a problem with eyeball stuff. In the next, like, 60 seconds. If you have a problem with eyeball stuff, like people putting stuff in someone's eyeball, just listen for a little bit until I say it's okay. If you don't, here we are. Still feels quiet to me. I might turn it up for myself, honestly. Hold on. And then adjust the volume for you guys. Okay, we're gonna try that. It might end up being too loud. Played a little bit of Baldur's Gate 1 over and over when I was young on PC, but I don't think I understood how to play it. Yeah. And they're all a little different. And Baldur's Gate 3 is like an entirely different company and a whole like thing, but started a lot but never got past like the first town. I had that happen to me with she might have been the same thing. Hold on. You know what? I had the same thing. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. Or was that the secondary game? Was Dark Alliance... Dark Alliance is what I played, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a child, and I kept trying to fight rats and failing. Okay. So we have options. When you play Baldur's Gate 3, you can either create a custom character, which is, you can see the default custom character here, and this is not the canon custom character, because I don't think there is one, but actually technically probably the Dark Urge, but because this is just the default like top race on the list alphabetically, top class on the list alphabetically. I just remember Baldur's Gate on the disc. Okay, here, wait. I'm gonna send you a screen, an image of a cover, and we're gonna see if it's the same image on the cover, because I also played this game quite a lot. Anyway, while we're talking about that and looking at that, but yeah, so when you play Baldur's Gate 3, there are multiple options in how you want to run your character. You can either play one of the NPCs, like it shows you all of your, basically these are all your companion options right here. You see them right away. And the reason why, sorry, my mic got loose while I was talking. Oh, I found it. So those are all your companions that you can get. They show you this early because you can also, because you can also play as your companions, and that unlocks special interactions and things. So, like, for example, every companion has a secret, or if not a secret, a problem, like their own individual story problem. If you hear weird sounds, I'm tightening the screw on my mic. So, for example, without spoilers, this isn't exactly a problem. This isn't Gale's problem, but Gale does have a pet Tressum, which, if you play D&D, is a cat with wings. And he left her at his wizard sanctum in Baldur's Gate. And at some point in the campaign, if you're playing as Gale, the Tressum will show up and, like, say, like, hey, I missed you, can I hang out in camp? Kind of thing. You know, essentially that. Or just like, hey, where have you been? But if you're not playing as Gale, that never happens. Or, if you're playing as, you know, fucking Lae'zel or whatever, you'll have dialogue options that are like, you idiot, stupid, stinky head, I hate you. Go die in a fire, you know? You get this one, OG. Oh, that's OG. Gotcha. But yeah, so it, like, gives you special options for dialogue that are that character specific. There is... Hold on, I am... So, and there is an extra secret one called the Dark Urge, which is not one of your companions. And this is a special character you can play that is basically a serial killer. You don't know why, but you have the urge to murder things. And, like, it's constant. In fact, there's a couple people that, like, you straight up murder in the night while you're asleep. You know, basically anytime you go to sleep, you have the chance to kill people. It's a whole thing. And there's a whole story reason behind it, and it makes a lot of sense, especially in the Baldur's Gate canon. Because... This screw got really loose. And it's really annoying to tighten. Because, in the Baldur's Gate canon, in the original Baldur's Gate, and I think in Baldur's Gate 2 as well, your characters you play as are always the children of gods, and they're always the children of one of the dead three. The dead three being gods of, like, murder, death, and domination, or something like that. So, spoilers, but that may or may not be the option here, and why it's here is to give you the option to basically play as if you were in the original Baldur's Gate games. The Dark Urge is interesting and you don't have to play as a Dragonborn. Dark Urge is fully custom. So I would say probably in the canon of things for Baldur's Gate, I'm guessing Dark Urge is actually the canon, like, custom character. Like, if someone were to write a comic for Baldur's Gate 3, right? They would have all of these characters, and then the custom character, the Tav, would probably be the Dark Urge, you know? Might even be this default Dragonborn one, but maybe not. He does exist. The Dark Urge does exist in the game if you don't play as him, but he is dead. Spoilers. You can find his corpse way late in the game. Basically, story-wise, someone tries to kill you early on before the game starts. And if you play as the Dark Urge, you manage to barely survive. And if you don't play as the Dark Urge, they're successful. So that's basically the gist of that. I don't know if I want to do a Dark Urge playthrough, potentially. Maybe. I mean, it is more interesting. But it's also more interesting in that there's a lot more problems you come across. And people, it's a lot darker of a, like, it changes your playthrough to be like a darker playthrough. I don't know if I want that for this. So, probably not going to do that. I also don't know if I want to do any of the Origin playthroughs. They're interesting, but I've never really been one to be like, oh, I want to be a Starian, you know, like that. I don't want to be a Starian. I want him to be in my camp, and I want to be able to talk to him. When you are these characters, obviously you can't talk to them. You can't learn their thing. You can't do their quests because you are them. Or you can kind of do their quests. It's different. It's just from a first-person perspective. I don't like it as much. So we might just go for a boring custom tab, you know, random class, random fucking... Why Ranger? Why did it decide Ranger? You know, Jesus. What a fucking unit. Hey, dude. Jesus Christ. What a unit. Anyway, alright, we're gonna undo that. Let's pick some stuff. Let's go around. It's gonna keep that on my dwarf. Yeah, if I played dwarf, I'd have to adjust this slightly. Wait, does dwarf get? Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, so we have options. Some would say it'd probably be best to choose your class first, and then your race second. However, I think it is interesting to sort of build a person. Like, who are they? What do they do? You know. So let's start with who are they? Who do we want to play? There's some interesting things with some of these. So, like, obviously, if you're a gnome, the gnome characters you meet in the game treat you a little bit differently. If you're just a little bit. If you're a drow, people are frequently racist. Because drow generally have been seen as the bad guys for a long time. And there are a lot of bad drow, admittedly. That one could be fun, although there are some folks that will attack you on sight because you're a drow. Like, it's severe racism. If you're a Githyanki, people freak out a little bit because you're an alien weirdo. Yeah. If you... Let's see, is there anything else weird? Tiefling, people are also racist to tieflings a little bit. But it could be fun. I don't know. I don't know. Do any of you have any preference on what you want to see while we're here? Because I have no preference. And this is a shared playthrough. We're sharing this playthrough. But if not, no worries. Also, no worries if you have to be focusing on work, Goop. I know, it's a Wednesday morning. No preference here. Okay. What do I want to do? We could just pull a wheel aside, but that's no better than just pressing the randomize button. It just takes more work. Also, the randomize has really fucked with a lot of the appearances. They do not look default. This is not the default drow. Add a character. But it's fine. We weren't gonna probably do anything default too much anyway. So we got elf. Actually, you know how I said the whole thing about the race? We should choose the race first? I'm changing my mind. We should choose the class first. Because look, if we choose elf, what do we get as elf, right? We get racial movement speed, elven weapon training, so we get proficiency with longsword, short sword, and things like that. Even if we don't... So, like, if we take fighter as an elf, let's say, which is probably a rarer thing to see, you already are going to get proficiency with a longsword and a short sword and short bow and long bow, and then this kind of falls to the wayside. So if you choose something like, you know, like a druid or something who doesn't normally get longsword proficiency, well, now you have it because you're an elf, you know? And there could be some cool combos you can make through that. Or, like, if you want to do... Well, it depends on the kind of elf, too, because this can also change, where, like, wood elf gets like faster movement speed, which could really be interesting for a, God, he looks so sickly. Faster movement speed, which could be really interesting for like a monk or something, where you're just even faster than you would be normally, you know? So, and think about our potentially our class first, because the class is how we're going to be mainly interacting with the world, and then we'll go to race after that. So, our options are Barbarian, which, oh, you know what, I'm going to change the race so I don't just see this sickly looking, there we go. Okay. We have Barbarian. Goop, you play D&D, I think, but I'm going to explain this anyway for the people on the VODs, because I know there are VODs. Or VOD watchers, I should say. Barbarian is a class about being angry and hitting stuff. It's much like the fighter, except you're more about your rages. I will put in a caveat that, we go back and look here. Each of these origin, I have never D&D'd? Oh, you're in for a fucking treat. Which reminds me, actually, that's a thought. I might, I'm tabling that, but I kind of wanted to run an online D&D game at some point. And you know, what if I grabbed a bunch of streamers? You know, what if I got Goop? What if I got Harrier? You know, what if we streamed it? Anyway, that's just me muttering to myself. All right, so if you look at these origin characters, we'll go back to what I was saying. Each of them have a default class that they are. So Astarion is a rogue, Lae'zel is a fighter, Gale is a wizard, Shadowheart is a cleric, Will is a warlock. It's a big time commitment, but it sounds fun. I wish. Yeah, it is a huge time commitment. It's huge. It's like, yeah. Karlach, which is a barbarian, and the Dark Urge is whatever you want. So I lean against picking classes that the other characters already are. However, that being said, they can be race or class changed. You can change their classes. So, like, I tend to make Lae'zel I keep her as a fighter for the start, or when I played, I kept her as a fighter, and then at some point I convinced her to join a guy named Orpheus, and all of Orpheus's people are monks, and so I had her swap to monk for that. She doesn't do it naturally, I just did it for the story's sake. Or Shadowheart is a trickery cleric, and if you do the right things, she sort of leans towards life cleric later in the story, and I actually swapped her to life cleric for that kind of thing. But for someone like Karlach, I feel like she is just a barbarian, that's how she is. However, like, you could in theory say, hey, Karlach is actually a paladin, or Karlach is actually a fighter, or something like that. But yes. So, I tend to lean towards things that the other classes aren't, which gives us bard, druid, monk, paladin, ranger, sorcerer. That's it. Which is alright. I've already played sorcerer, and I've already played wizard, so those are off my list. That's the one character I've beaten the game with completely. I've played a lot of fighter off my list, I think, because I played so much of it. Which leaves me with the rest of these. We're gonna ignore the companions for now, but that is a thought that's in my head of like, hey, the companions exist as this class already? Question mark. Maybe don't do the same thing. Bard is interesting. Changes the music in the menu too. The idea of Bard is very interesting. Yeah, no. I don't know. I like the idea of Bard somewhat, but actually no. How do I, the sort of like melee and magic. Oh, I didn't explain to you what a Bard is. I told you, explain to you what Barbarian is. I forgot that I was going to go through the classes for you. Hi, Goop. Welcome back. To my brain, I mean. Welcome back to my brain. Bard is, in what you'd expect, like someone who plays music or like sings songs or tells stories, and they buff their allies mainly. They're mainly about like buffing allies and debuffing enemies. They have a lot of like support stuff going on, but not like healing kind of support. They do have some healing. You can see some here. But like they'll have a lot of stuff like Tasha's Hideous Laughter, which they tell a joke, and it causes the enemy to fall down, magically fall down, prone, with laughter, and they can't get up for 10 turns. When you're prone, someone can do extra damage to you with melee, like they basically stab you in the stomach while you're on the floor, and they do a bunch of extra damage. Or you could do, like, Vicious Mockery, which is you give them an insult, like you yell an insult at somebody, and it does psychic damage to them, because the insult is so bad it physically hurts them. Like, you could kill them with the insult, if they were low enough. But you also have stuff like Blade Ward, where you, like, buff your allies or whatever, like, hey, watch out, I got you. This is high on my list for things I potentially want to do with you guys, because Bard is fun. In fact, I think last time I played Baldur's Gate 3 on stream, I made a Bard with the intent to play it on stream with you guys, and then I got distracted. But this one time, for real. Maybe. Clerics are basically not the sort of priestly roby thing you would think of. They are usually medium to heavy armor, at least medium armor, and they usually have like a shield and some sort of like mace or something. They're very like they're very much a martial class that has a lot of spells. They're also a support class like the Bard. It's like the Bard leans more wizardly and Cleric leans more fightery. But Cleric does have the highest amount of healing spells and more like direct support, like I make you invulnerable, versus Bard has a lot of like, I've given you a buff. You know, it's not quite invulnerability. Cleric also chooses a god, usually, that they worship. Excuse me. And that could have some effect on the story. There is some worship and some god stuff as part of this story. But not a whole lot. It's mostly to do with Shadowheart, who is also a cleric herself. But yes. And the different subclasses of clerics do change things too. So like if I chose cleric, I would then have the options of life domain, light domain, trickery, knowledge, nature, tempest, or war. So that's a whole thing. I just remembered something. Hold on. What is patch 8 adding again? New subclasses. Right. Okay, so we might end up changing our subclass. Hold on. Patch 8. They're putting out a new patch in like days. And I need to look at what subclasses that they're adding. Arcane Archer Fighter, Blade Singing Wizard, Circle of the Stars Druid, College of Glamour Bard, Death Domain Cleric, Giant Barbarian, Hexblade Warlock, Oath of the Crown Paladin, Shadow Magic Sorcerer, Swarmkeeper Ranger, that's fun, Swashbuckler Rogue, Way of the Drunken Master Monk, and a couple of new spells and things. Okay. So Arcane Archer Fighter is like, I want to be a fighter, but I want to make our fighting about arrows, you know? Because fighter doesn't just mean hit stuff. We'll get to that. Or the Blade Singer, where the wizard cat is like, summons blades into existence. Anyway, that's cool. We'll think about that, but we're not gonna wait until patch 8 drops unless it's like in a day. What does patch 8 drop? What does it say out? What do you about patch 8? Okay, we don't know. So cool. We'll still make a character now. Druid is fun. The subclass that we're waiting on is like attuning with the celestial stuff. Druid is sort of what you would expect normally, though, with like can turn into animals, can speak to animals, is very like nature heavy. A lot of their spells involve like, you know, Thorn Whip or things like that, where it's like it's around the idea of what's it called? Nature. There was a thing in old D&D versions where druids couldn't wear metal. Maybe. That's not a thing here, nor is it a thing in 5e, I don't think. Or if it is, I've completely forgotten about it and haven't made any druid follow it up. But yeah. Yeah, it's a thing. Fighter is actually a fighter of all types. Not just, fighter, I think honestly, fighter is a terrible name. I would have gone with like warrior or something, personally. But it does get across the idea that it's not just someone with a sword. Because warrior is always someone with a sword, and fighter could be interpreted as like someone who's just a veteran. So they could be, you know, with a sword, they could be with a bow. Like they are martial. They are martial weapons to a T. My fighter was a sword and shield guy, but you could be a two-handed sword guy, or two-sword guy, or a bow guy, or whatever. 1 second. Summons for the Emperor's children. Sorry, I was finishing a text for someone who might not see it, or we'll have to look at it right now. Okay. But yeah, so fighter. Monk is your classic, like, ooh, I'm one with my body. My fist is my weapon. I have a sword of iron. I have a fist of iron. There's some interesting subclasses for monk. You don't get them to level 3, but they do exist. Like there's Way of the Four Elements, which is very like Avatar. There's Drunken Master, which is coming, which is more like, it's not about actually being drunk. It's about like pretending to be drunk and using that as your fighting style. Sort of like how the way Jar Jar Binks moves. Yeah. So there's a lot of options. And there's also regular, just, you know, punching monk. Monk is interesting. It's one I haven't really played a lot of. I'd like to see more monk played. But I'm probably going to do that when we swap Lae'zel to monk, I think, if we swap Lae'zel to monk. But, like, tempted to have her multi-class into monk fighter, essentially, so she's a little bit of both. Because that can be a fun, strong combo. Basically, one of the things monks do is they have a special thing where it's like, oh, if you attack with a monk weapon, yeah, attacks with monk weapons and unarmed attacks deal 1 to 4 bludgeoning damage unless their normal damage is higher. So things like that, where there's just like, attacks with a monk weapon, well, if you're making an attack with a monk weapon or while unarmed, I'm going to make another unarmed attack as a bonus action. So this would let Lae'zel basically, and a monk weapon is any weapon that the monk is proficient in. So if you took monk and you were also a fighter first, then you would have the, like, no, like you'd have the like you'd turn like a greatsword into a monk weapon because Lae'zel has greatsword proficiency or whatever, and then you could attack with a greatsword and then also punch them real quick, you know. So that's fun. So yeah. Just a side note, complete side note. There's a TikTok of this lady who sings this song, making a character in character creation, and she's like twitching every time she hears herself do something like in the note she doesn't like or whatever. She's like, why'd you do it that way? Okay, we have Paladin. Paladin is like a cleric in that they are a martial fighter with sort of holy spells. The difference, not really holy. Paladins are weird. So Paladins are clerics. There's very little difference between them, but there is a difference. I'll get to it. They're different in that Paladins tend to support themselves more than they support others. They do have stuff like Lay on Hands. They still have support spells, but there's a lot of stuff like, you know, Divine Sense, where it's like, oh, I have advantage on attack rolls against stuff. No one else gets advantage, but I do. Paladin really, what really makes Paladin unique though is that they make an oath. And that oath is what they have to follow, essentially. And the oath is not to a god, usually. Most paladins, like if you make an oath to a god or you make a prayer, like you're you know, the god is your source of your power, that makes you a cleric, usually. Paladins generally are less about certain gods, although they can be about certain gods, and most of the time they're actually about an oath that they've made. And again, sometimes that oath can be like, oh, Torm says to do these things. Torm, the god of justice or whatever, says, you know, I must be righteous. I must protect the innocent or whatever. You know, those kind of things. I'm gonna follow that oath. Could be the case. But paladins can also exist if you make an oath to your king. You're like, hey, I will protect you, king. I will always do what I can to save to keep the kingdom in my thoughts. You know, I will always paladins are just like basically oath sworn fighters, essentially, like fighters who have made an oath towards something. So like here you have Oath of Ancients, which is you've made an oath to preserve nature, right? And you have to. There's an actual like text of the oath, which I don't know where it is. Yeah, here it is. So where you took Oath of Ancients, Oath of Ancients, for example, you have to follow this oath. Kindle the light through acts of kindness, and kindle the light of hope in the bleakest hollows of despair. So act kindly. Shelter the light, where love blooms, stand against the devilry that would snip its stem. Okay, so if there's ever love, you have to sort of try and help it. If you try and like break anybody up, you know, can't do that. Preserve your own light, delight in culture and small joys to preserve the light in your own heart. So when there's like art and stuff, don't destroy it. Again, preserve culture. So like it depends on which oath you take, but you have these oath tenets, and in D&D and in this game, you have to follow those tenets. And if you don't follow those tenets, you become what is known as an oath breaker, which is its own type of paladin. But you then have to retake your oath if you ever want to get your old subclass back. And you have to stick to that oath. So, like, oath of devotion, courage, compassion, duty, you know? Always have to help people, always have to go into action, and you have to obey just laws, essentially. And then oath of vengeance is like, so like you can't steal or something. If you steal, oathbreaker, you know? And this, for the sake of this game, if any of your party does it, it sort of counts, especially if your party, well, and if any of your party is like a custom character, like you're playing multiplayer, and your teammate breaks your oath for you, that's it. Or if they start a fight and then you have to help finish it, it counts as you breaking your oath. It's a whole thing. Oath of Vengeance is a little bit spookier. Fight the greater evil, essentially. And then, chasten those who dole out the villainy, the whipping, their blight from the world forever. So, like, if anyone's evil, you have to kill them. Like, that kind of thing. Paladins are interesting. Ranger is based on, back in the early days of D&D, Ranger was a class that was entirely based off of Aragorn, which is why it's called a Ranger, because they were called Rangers in Lord of the Rings. But basically, the idea of a Ranger is a man or a woman, or anyone, actually, who, like, stalks the forests of the world, and looks for monsters to kill, protects people on the road, camps out in the wild a lot of the time. Like, they are sort of a mix between a druid and a fighter. And a lot of rangers now, though, are thought of as ranged using like bow and arrow folks with a wolf or something. So that is a lot of what you can get here. Like, if you choose a certain type of ranger, beast tamer, right? Like, you get find familiar, or you can have like a pet, like a wolf or whatever, or other things, and then you have the pet and yourself to run around and do things. And rangers generally, again, are seen as, ranged only fighters, because the word ranger is in there. I need to fix my ad setup. It's like, hey, you just ran an ad. Now pre-roll ads are back on. It's like, why? Don't do that. Anyway, it's like, you just ran an ad. Why are the pre-rolled ad? The fucking... I'm tempted to just put pre-roll back on. As annoying as it is, it's less annoying than constantly getting ad breaks. Anyway, so rangers, though, are often seen as, like, ranged only because of their name Ranger, but really they are just like the fighter in that they're more of, like, generally the fighter can be dex and strength, generally, but you'll see, like, here they recommend strength for fighters. Rangers are basically the dexterity version of fighters, except with a little bit more of a nature tinge, and they have more in the way of some nature spells, so, like, they have stuff, can't see it here. They usually choose, like, a favorite enemy of some kind, and, like, they have a certain, like, type of travel that they're good at, that kind of thing. Yeah, sorry, thinking of myself. I might actually take Ranger or Bard. I'm looking at, like, a hybrid melee, or hybrid ranged or Jesus. Martial, that's the word I'm looking for. Martial and spellcasting class. So, like, Bard or Paladin or Ranger or something. Monk a little bit. Rogue is, like, your classic, you know, ooh, I'm gonna stab you. Ooh, I'm gonna snipe you out of from the dark. I've got sneak attack. I can run around and be sneaky. Generally, I don't take rogue. It's very strong and fun. Yeah, I don't know. Not usually my thing. Sorcerer, but rogue is pretty self-explanatory. I feel like backstabs. It's your classic archetype. Sorcerer is like a wizard, except your magic comes from within. So the difference, I'm not just going to talk about wizard at the same time. The difference between wizard and sorcerer is that wizards have to learn their magic through books and schools and learning, so it's something that they have practiced and they have worked hard to have their magic. And a sorcerer is someone who didn't work at all and just woke up one day and had magic, or has always had magic, or whatever. Like, they don't know what they're doing, they just know they can do it. Like, it's like the difference between finding someone who spent their life at art school learning how to paint, and they paint beautifully. And then there's someone, have a good lurk, Goop. Then there's someone who, you got 2 lurks, no, Jesus. Anyway, then you have someone who is like, what's the word? Who like, you could find them in like a random, a place where art school doesn't exist, like a random village somewhere, and they paint just as well as the guy who went to art school. It's the exact same thing, where it's like, this dude just has his abilities from the beginning, knows how to use them, and has the ability to sort of tweak them. So, because he's not going off of books and learning, he has the ability to think, like, okay, I want magic missile, but instead of 3 of these, I'm going to duplicate the spell at the same time and use the same amount of energy to cast 6 of them, or whatever. So they can, like, meta magic it. Wizards, however, because they're learning their stuff and it's not natural to them, they can learn far more spells because they have them in their little spell books. And they don't have to have them just in their instinct like sorcerers do. So the sorcerers have to keep them in their head, and like what energies they need to, like what that feels like to cast, versus wizards, which have them written down. Warlocks are also mainly magic users, but their main magic is usually a deal with some sort of outer being, whether it be like a demon, a devil, or an old god, or a talking sword. Like, they've made a deal with something, and that deal has given them power. Usually magic. Usually it's very similar forms. You can see here you have the Fiend, where you've made a deal with the devil. The Great Old One, where you've made a deal with some unspeakable ancient entity. And then the Archfey, where you've made a deal with some fey creature. Which gives you a lot of other junk. What does this say? Charm or frighten nearby foes. The Feywild's beguiling, disturbing magics. Whoa. Probably not going to do Warlock either. Hey, Planet Zoo's done. I'm leaning Ranger or Bard. I'm leaning Ranger or Bard. The thing is Ranger for its animal just gets Find Familiar, which is interesting, but it's not like, hold on, what do you get from Find Familiar? What animals? Cat, crab, frog, rat, raven, spider. And I think some of these are quite big. No, small spider. The raven or whatever. So it's not really... Hold on. Baldur's Gate 3, Ranger. I want to check a thing. Because a Beastmaster is an option. If you get Beastmaster, then you get a Ranger's Companion at level 3. In which case you would get an actual real companion, which would be like a bear, a boar, a raven, a wolf, or a wolf spider. And you do get to, it looks like you get to change it over time, though story-wise I'd probably just pick one and stick with it, even though others are probably better for various things. What are the other ranger subclasses? Because I always avoided the pet stuff, but that one's hunter or gloomstalker. Gloomstalker is like we have rogue at home. Yeah, it's a lot of ambushing and Misty Step and Shocker's Fury. I'd probably go Beastmaster. Because I think that does stuff where it's like more like you and your beast, not just like buff the beast, unless I'm wrong. Ranger Commander receives a bonus armor class, damage equal to its proficiency bonus. Your summon companion can now dash. Grants all your companions an extra attack. Upgraded hit points, abilities for companion, and a new visual look. Interesting. What's the new visual look? Oh. They look fancier. What? Cool. Okay, so Beastmaster really is like, I am a master of all these beasts. I have them all ready to go. They're all in my stable. I summon them when I want. With a powerful beast. Do you have to choose one? How does this work? And what's the Bard stuff again? Bard. Ball Gate 3, Bard. College of Lore, College of Valor, College of Swords, and eventually College of Glamour. College of Lore. Use your wit to distract a creature and sap its confidence. Learn 2 non-bard spells. The College of Lore is mostly about, like, learning spells. You don't actually get a lot from College of Lore, it looks like. It looks like most of the stuff that you get is from, like, the main part class. The fuck is Counter Charm? Hold on. Embolden their allies against charming and frightening effects. Interesting. College of Lore, interesting. College of Valor. It's more like getting up in the fight. College of Swords is also about getting up in the fight. Entirely on improving their own combat prowess. Okay. And College of Glamour is about, like, tutelage of fey creatures. I see. Okay. Tough. It's tough. These all give spells and stuff. Sworn to serve a crown or nation and seek to bring foes to ruin. Gain skill proficiency in history and armor. Proficiency with heavy armor. Interesting. Interesting. And of course, we can also multi-class. We can't obviously start with multi-classing, but we can combine stuff. In the same way that Fighter Monk is an interesting combination. We could do, like, Ranger Druid, where you summon an animal companion, and then you are also an animal companion, and you run around together being animal friends, you know? Or, like, Bard Ranger or whatever. Let's see, what? I like being... See, the thing is, I want to do that, like, shield wall thing, but that doesn't really work so much in this game. So I'm going to pick something else entirely, but... Okay. I'm gonna think about this. I know I set this all up to play Baldur's Gate 3. I might swap games. I have to take a small break real fast anyway. Maybe not. I don't know. Sorry, I'm overthinking this, I think. Let's make our character first, and then we'll take a small break after that. Get myself a snack. Okay. Let's see. Sword bars. I mean, we could do like Warlock Bard. Like got his music from something. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what would be a fun combo. What is something I haven't done? I've kind of played a spellcaster. We have a lot of, let's see, martial spells, martials, like actually martial spells, hybrid, well, mostly spells, martial. So yeah. So hybrid would not be a miss. So Bard or Ranger probably. What kind of spells does Ranger even get? I don't even know. You tell how much I've like played Ranger, but I don't even know anything about it. She doesn't like get many spells. That's interesting. In spell slots. Okay, another are a decent amount. Land, destroy difficult terrain. Favorite enemy level favorite enemy several times leveling up. Okay. Kind of want to start as a ranger and then like play around with other stuff. Maybe druid it up also. Kind of like that idea. Like he starts as a ranger, goes into the grove, learns some druid shit, picks up a little bit of druid ability just to be able to like just to be able to wild shape. All right. Okay, druid. We got that down. Or not druid, sorry, ranger. Ruid. A dranger. Let's see. High elf could be fun for that. Human is my default. Is like my oh, this would be interesting because it's just a human, you know. This gives you pikes, halberds, and glaives, which is really interesting on a ranger, I feel like. I don't really see very many pikes, halberds, or glaives, but so it's a fun thought. I don't want to be one of the small races, I don't think. I can never take them seriously. Sorry, small races. Orc. Critical hit with a melee attack. You get an extra dice of weapon damage. I'm kind of tempted to go human. And just do like a classic fucking looking like ranger guy. And then basically have him be also druid man. Could be big. Could make him big. Do we make him big, chat? Make him a lady? Is him actually her? No. Classic druid man. Not druid. Classic ranger man. What face am I looking for? Hold on. I know I have a lot of hair mods. Give me a second. We're barely gonna use them probably. The hair mods are when I make lady characters. The men never get fancy hair. I do want to change this though. I want to get the hair sort of situated so I can think about better what I want to do for the face. That's too long. It's too long. It's very dwarven. It's too fancy. It's too strong in the mustache. No. No. Damn, my fans just kicked on real hard. I hate how the beards look, but that's probably our best bet on that. Let's just do like a... like brown 5. Or brown 3. There we go. We'll change the hair and just give him like a... I don't know. It's been out in the wilds too long. It's the kind of vibe we're going for. But not so long that it's like a nightmare. But he hasn't had time to get a haircut. But not emo. The bump. No. This is the Shadowheart hair. Or close to it. You know, something like that, but not this. But that's the vibe we're thinking. Not a bob. Not a bob or a bill. Ooh. That's kind of exactly what I was thinking. Alright, cool. Now let's go back to the face. And then we have, like, the hair set up. What are we looking for? The face feels correct. Honestly, not a lot of them. This is probably our best bet. The first one we chose. This one. This is pretty good, but he's so squinty. I wish we could, like, actually edit the face instead of it just being kind of like, oh, you'll get what you get. Now, we can go through and we can add stuff. Like, that's what this is for. Be like, oh, he also has a ponytail attached to his hair, or whatever. I probably won't. Although, wait, hold on. That looks fun. It's got shit in there. Although it does add a weird bump to the back. But the idea is fun. So like if we did one of these or something. Yeah, you can't really see it, but like hair braids of some kind. And that's what these are for. Yeah, like a little... like a weird little... not two. Like one little extra weird braid thing that he's done for some reason. Just sort of hidden amongst it. I don't know if I'm going to do that, but the thought is there. Like, again, very boring. And you can change the bangs around. It doesn't look great, but you can do it. It is possible. You know, you can make stuff. Probably not going to do any of that. None of that. Like I said, boring hair. Got him. Okay. Some tattoos? Some tattoos? I feel like he's rugged. He's got tattoos on his face. But what are they? That's the question. This feels very... Ooh, actually? Hold on. I know it says candelabra and it's supposed to be candles, but this kind of looks like swords with then leaves. It does feel very like swordy, nature-y, you know? This is also very nature-y, but it's a little too nature-y. Problem is, I don't 100% love the look of this on his face. Feels off somehow. I think it's just the face in general feels off. But if we made this like less intense, and maybe like a little more greeny or something. Meh. I'm meh on the tattoos. They're cool, but yeah, and no piercings either. I mean, it's gonna be a real boring looking dude. It's gonna be like Dude McMahon. Let's give him some fucking... Oh, that's too much. Like, let's give him a little bit of a shadow. But not like that. You know? Just enough to, like, give him some Make him look a little tired. Maybe some guy liner instead. It's just eyeliner. I don't know why we call it guy liner. It's just eyeliner. A little green. It's all eyeshadow. Can hardly tell. Can hardly tell. Anyway, under that, hair we did. Facial hair we did. Okay. Back to edit character. I always hit proceed after that. I never like play with this shit, which I should be. Okay. Beast Tamer is a thing. But that doesn't mean we're not choosing a subclass. We're just choosing our kind of natural explorer thing. I think I'm gonna give him just cold. Wasteland Wanderer cold. Been in a lot of tundras. He's been in a lot of like cold places. Yeah. And then favorite enemy. Protection from good and evil. History of battling spellcasters. Ranger Knight is a possibility because that would give me proficiency in heavy armor while also being a druid is kind of funny. I don't know if that'd be useful at all, but I could do it. Proficiency in religion. You can cast Sacred Flame. History and armor is pretty fun. Arcana. Specialize in hunting creatures from other planes of existence. That is interesting. I do kind of like that idea, where it's like he is a hunter of creatures of other planes of existence, which is how he ended up on the Nautiloid ship, is he was hunting down the mind flayers that were attacking Baldur's Gate or something, you know? Which is why he was in Baldur's Gate in the first place, because he is a ranger, usually out in the wilds. Had to go into the city to get the, you know, thing, and then he got. I like that. Tempted to give him folk hero. People like know him as like the we have a devil problem in the village of Burke, and he's like I'll stop your devil problem. Hee hee ha ha. So some people know him. Dexterity high. No matter what, I'm probably gonna be doing dex things, so like finesse weapons and things, just because that's cool. Wisdom also high, because I will be doing some druid things. Okay, skill proficiencies. Stealth is okay. Nature we want. Perception we want. What is this? Just an extra one. Persuasion, I'm kind of whatever on. I don't think he'd be pretty good for persuasive. I think I'd give him athletics instead from being out in the wilds and doing stuff. Yeah. Why do I only have a +1 to... a -1 to nature? Is that... Oh, it's intelligence. Right. Wait, what does that say? Recognize plants and animals, hug trees. Because, like, I don't know, it's weird. Wisdom is for druids and rangers, and they're like, wisdom for druids and rangers? Knowing things about nature is intelligence. Why? What is that about? He's not very smart. Not very smart. Wise, not smart. Alright. Something feels wrong with his general look, but I can't fix it. It's just how things look. Let's give him a sparrow related name. D&D name generator. I want to get a first name. I want human. Let's call him. He's from fucking Iluskin, is that the name of that place? What's the name of the fucking cold place? Yeah, it's like the Nords. Kalashite, Condithinian, Damarinian, Aluskin. Okay, we're right there. Right there. Brom? Brom's good. Math! Marketh. Or Struth. Blem, Glendon, Zemort, Frun. Uth, Strunor, Eldor. Goth. Kram, Tugrun. Madfran, Ogrum. Even Omer. Streech. Struth. You know what? I'm gonna steal an old ranger name of my own. Hjalbjorn. Sparrowwing. No, it's too long. You gotta give him a short name. Bork? Lan. Lan's perfectly fine. Lan. Sparrow. Sworn. There we go. Lan Sparrow Sworn. Proceed. Do need a guardian. Yeah, let's go. 56-hour, any percent speedrun subathon. Boy, the thing is though, if I was doing a speedrun, what's the world record for speedrun for Baldur's Gate 3? Hold on. Speedrun record. Let's look. 10 minutes. Speedrun record's 10 minutes. I don't think I can do 10 minutes, but I could probably do about half an hour. Maybe an hour, if I really were pushing it. At least following the speedrun techniques that I know. It does, yeah. But you can speedrun it. If you were speedrunning it, you can speedrun it in 10 minutes, or an hour if you want. And honestly, I was just doing this while I was wasting time waiting for Planet Zoo to finish. Yeah. Kinda want to just choose one randomly. 10 minutes to 300 hours, you pick. What's Planet Zoo? Planet Zoo. Sorry, I slurred my words. Planet Zoo is like Zoo Tycoon, but like an updated, more modern version. And I was waiting for it to download because I wanted to play it again. It's been a while. And I wanted to play through like the story mode because I've never done it. Let's see. Oh, the music freaked out for a second there. Let's choose... So why is the Larry launcher still open? Let's choose a Guardian. A human lady. General. Oh, I didn't change my dude's voice. Shit. Hold on, I can do that right now. Probably what I want, anyway.
Where to next? What was... Let's hope the locals are friendly.
Yeah, you know what? That's good enough. I was right. Accidentally correct. Okay, human. Oh, well, she's just the human with the generic little tails at the top. Whoops. Look at the cutscene play. Because it's pretty cool. Yeah, she has Sailor Moon hair, which I accidentally just gave her, which is hilarious to me. She's the generic Sailor Moon hair lady. It's fine. It's not my character. It's the character that comes to me in my sleep. It says, "Ooh, what if we hang out?" Wilhelm scream. Let me just add my own music on top of the existing music. don't know why my mic seems to be entirely right focused right now. I don't know what that's about. Mic aux. Why are you like, there we go. Yeah, for whatever reason it was like, oh, we're all on the right ear. Okay. I'm gonna need to turn it. No, it's fine. I'll turn this down a little bit. There we go. Perfectly balanced. The cinema's. Yeah, right? It's really fucking good. We're not even done yet. We're not even at the coolest part yet, boy. Check this shit out. New planes of existence. The ship can fucking teleport. Because it's a spaceship. I fucking love science fantasy so much. Where it's like, hey, this is a fantasy world, but also there's a lot of weird science fiction shit just in it. Or, hey, it's a science fiction world, but also there's a weird fantasy stuff in it. Both work. Like stasis pods on a fucking teleporting spaceship, and it's like, oh, but medieval. My frog wife. I love her. She's so mean. Where are we? Everything's on fire. Well, that's the start of that. Where's the part where we're in hell? Did I miss the part where I'm in hell? Hey, frog wife. Oh, here we go. Hell time. Where'd the ship go? Literally directly to hell. Look at it. Look, and there's demon spaceships too. I love the devil spaceships. They're so fucking cool. They're giant words. They're giant like letters too. Like that's a demonic. Like that's a rune in abyssal. No, devil. Whatever the fucking language is. It's one of the runes, and it's a big giant version of that. It's so fucking cool. Anyway, that's where we find ourselves. Now we're back to in-game cinematics. We see our generic man. There he is, Man McMahon. Generic. But sometimes, you know, you need a good generic foil to play off of the interesting characters that are the rest of the companions and stuff. All right. Oh, another non-Lloyd. All right. We are exactly where I save and then never come back to most games. However, this time I will save. And let's see, tomorrow is Wednesday. Do I have work on Thursday? Let's look. I don't think I do. Assuming I don't pick up a random job on Thursday, which can happen to me. I can get randomly given work nowadays. Side note, I did one of my new jobs the first time ever yesterday, and I got like $400 something in a day, which isn't a lot for a lot of folks, but it was a lot for me. I was surprised. Like a day of doing not a lot. Like I didn't do a whole lot. On-call life. Yeah, exactly. That looks weird altogether. Well, let's see. Basically, I got paid basically close to almost $500, but it was still technically $400. It was like $480 something, to basically sit around all day. Like I was on call. I got on call. I showed up and I did maybe 2 hours of actual work, and then I got fed and I just hung out. It's fucking great. And it adds more to my IMDb stuff. It's excellent. Anyway, yeah, exactly. The only downside is that it like the frequency of jobs is much rarer, but it's fine. It's a supplementary job. It's not meant to be my main job. My main job is still Disney stuff. So no, I only work on my Disney stuff on Friday. So tomorrow I am free, which means I'll probably come back to Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. But for now, we're gonna save. We're gonna hop over to Planet Zoo after taking a very small break while I bring the trash cans in because it is raining, and they are filling up with water. And I just noticed it was raining because they're out front open because they got taken by the trash guys this morning. So I need to go out. I need to grab them, dump the water out, and I'll be right back. So I'll leave you with some good music, and then we'll play some Planet Zoo when we get back. Ba-ba-ba. Planet Zoo. There it goes. Why doesn't it like this? Why doesn't it like that? Oh, whatever. Okay. I got a pita chip too. By the way, I have no idea what I'm doing. You'll notice I have a resume called Borbingley. I don't know why it's called that. And I have a career that I haven't done any of. It's his first steps. So I'm thinking we'll do all around the world and trade your animals online. That's kind of fun. Is this like a tycoon game? Yes, it is. These are all my Steam friends appearing on where they live. Yes, it's a tycoon game. It's excellent. It's fun. It's a zoo game. Zoos. I kind of want to do careers. I've never done a career, and I might actually learn something instead of like just going straight into like new sandbox. Like it's always what I do. I go sandbox and just go. So instead of that, let's actually learn something. I guess we did do this first one. Let's start over. Let's start over. Start new. Difficulty. What? How does this change on the... Animals never get bored of enrichment items. Guests won't request refunds. Okay, I'm fine with that. There's also Planet Coaster. There's a roller coaster version of this game too. But at the moment it's a zoo. It's a zoo. Actually, I'll keep you down here. When I get my new PC, I think we'll get it on Steam. Hell yeah. I'm eating my pita chip I got. Why I'm leaning away from the mic so I can crunch real loud.
Ah, heyo at Hematu. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. I have a habit of slipping back into the Planko language.
What's that mean?
It's good to finally meet you in person. I'm Bernard, although I insist you call me Bernie. The only person who calls me Bernard is my wife. And even then, only when I've tracked elephant dung into the carpets.
Why are you doing that? Yeah, the old school ones are still there too.
As you know, I own several zoos, but I always like to show people the ropes here at my home.
I think so. I think it's like
This is
Simlish.
the first zoo I ever opened, and a source of great pride for me. And prides, thanks to a lion breeding program we ran in the 80s.
Uh-huh.
But we're in the middle of a big renovation, and that's where you come in. Sadly, our old contractor had to retire after developing a fur allergy. Poor devil kept sneezing his dentures into the lion habitat. So,
Well, if he had
it's
dentures,
up to you
he
to
might not have.
finish everything
Might have needed to
off.
retire anyway.
Don't worry, though. I'm not completely throwing you into the deep end.
No.
My head keeper, Nancy Jones,
Nancy
will be lending
Jones.
a helping hand. Oh, she's a hard worker, and she'll expect you to be too. But
Okay.
I'm sure you'll get along like a house on fire, or even better, One that isn't on fire. Less shouting that way.
You know, that's fair. Mr. Bernie
Hello
Goodwin.
there. From that rosy, fresh face of yours, I'm guessing you're Bernie's new hire.
Hello.
Good.
You're very
Now,
good.
I hope you're ready to ditch your diploma because we're about to get really hands-on. But before we begin the real
Remove all
work,
my
how
fucking-
about we
my
familiarize you with the
files.
zoo by learning how to fly around it and visiting some of our
I
beautiful
had a thing that I had
animals.
set on my desk, like,
We'll
hey,
start
don't lose
by
this.
popping
Put this
over
right
and
here on the
having a
desk.
look-see at the
And
grizzly
don't lose
bears
it.
in their
And
habitat.
just looked down on my desk and realized it was gone. Damn it. Alright. That'll be something I look for later. Okay, locate the grizzly bear habitat. I think it's here.
Did you know that grizzly bears,
Did you know that grizzly bear is also known as Ursus arctos horribilis?
can hibernate,
Can
for,
hibernate for up
up
to 7 months a year. And then again,
But then
given the
again,
chance, I think a lot
given
of
the
people would
chance,
do
I think
that
a lot
too.
of people would do that too.
Okay, enter the
Select
grizzly
one of
bear
the
animal
bears
camera.
and you'll bring
Select
up
one of the
its
bears, you can
information
bring up its
panel.
information panel. Oh,
This is
Mikla.
where you can find out all
This is
kinds
where you
of
find out all kinds of information about your
The most
animal. I'm
important
changing her
thing
accent
being its
again. The
overall
most important thing is
welfare.
its overall
You'll learn
welfare.
more about animal welfare
Wait,
today
let's see-
as
oh.
we go through your objectives. But for now,
Yeah,
let's
I'm gonna
enjoy this
read.
magnificent
Why
animal.
don't you just select
Why
camera at the
don't
bottom
you
of the
select
information
the
panel? Got a
camera
camera.
at the bottom of its information panel.
Oh. Wow, what a magnificent animal.
See now, this is a
Look how
fantastic way
magnificent
to
she
get a
is.
close look at your animals. You can also get this view of
close
an
the
animal
camera.
by simply
Thank you.
double-clicking on it.
By simply double-clicking on it. So I can.
Okay, when you're ready, let's pop over
Let's
to
pop
the
over
other
to the
side
other
of
side
the
of the
zoo and
zoo
take a look
and
at the
take
lions. I've
a look at
marked
the
their
lions.
location for you to find.
Why is there no sound? Where did my sound go? Oh. I see. I accidentally muted everything I have. How and why did I do that? I don't know. Why is it all muted? What the fuck? Hold on. Hold on. I might have just guessed the problem with something that was happening earlier. Why was everything muted? How did that happen? Okay, anyway. Well, that's why she wasn't speaking out loud, I think. I think she's still voice active. I found the lions.
Panthera leo leo.
There we go.
Or the West African lion to you and me. Lions
West
are the
African
most
lion to you
social
and
of the
me.
big cats, and there can be as many as 40 lions in a pride. Although prides of that size are pretty rare. As Bernie would say, those lions are awesome, which is precisely why I handle the training instead these
pause.
days. Anyway, how about we get started on those objectives? Come on, let's head over to an empty habitat and see what needs doing there.
Empty habitat. Here we are.
As you
Here.
can see, it's a lovely space for animals, but it's missing a certain something.
What do you
well,
think it's missing?
two somethings. Warthogs. So I'd like you to adopt a pair of them. To adopt animals, we need to open the animal market, which is in the
Animal
animal
market.
trading section.
Mm-hmm. Comment warthog.
There we are, a pair of perfectly splendid warthogs for our zoo. Just click on them and select Adopt from the side menu.
Adopt.
Normally the animal exchange would
Oh.
be full of animals, but I've emptied out the market while you learn how it works. The last thing I need is you accidentally ordering a dozen elephants.
Adopt Dahlia and adopt Fenyang.
When you adopt an animal, it's automatically placed in the trade center, where they're held until you're ready
That's
to
an
move them
animal
into
storage,
their
not trade
habitat,
center.
Which, as it happens, you are. So how about you move them into their new home?
Okay, animal storage. It said trade center, but it's animal storage. Eh. Send to zoo. Here. Animal trading. Storage. Send to zoo. Here.
When you ask for an animal to be moved into a habitat, your caretakers will go to the trade center, collect your animal, and deliver them to your selected habitat. I've marked the trade center's location.
Where?
So let's go and watch the caretakers in action.
Where? You've marked there. Marked. I'm here.
Well, as you
Oh, there
can
he goes.
see, those caretakers don't hang about. They'll move those animals to
They
their
sure don't.
destination as fast as possible.
Holy shit.
Of course, normally we'd have to place the animals into quarantine before moving them into a habitat.
Okay.
But I am assured by a person of good standing that these warthogs are in the very rudest of health.
Rude health?
Right,
Is that good?
let's get the warthog's habitat finished up so we can keep them nice and happy. You see, Each animal in the zoo has an
say that's
overall
good.
welfare statistic, basically how happy they are. And that overall
They are
welfare
one.
statistic is itself comprised of 4 different areas: nutrition, social health, habitat, and enrichment.
And enrichment.
Luckily, if you select an animal, you'll bring up their animal welfare information panel, which we saw earlier, where you can see how they're doing. That way, you'll know exactly what areas need to be addressed.
Okay.
But don't worry if that's a lot to remember. You can always check the Zoopedia for more information.
Zoopedia.
Let's start by making sure we're taking care of the warthog's nutrition welfare. To do this, we'll need to place a food station and a drinking station. Now, each animal requires a different type of feeding station. And for the warthogs, it's a small feeding trough. So let's add one of those and a water bowl.
Okay. Habitat. Water bowl. Large. Food trough small. We'll put that here so people can see you eat. Yeah. At a water station. Yeah, water station. Put that. Keep it distance so other people can see you
Animals
water.
also require stimulation to keep them happy.
Yeah.
Let's add a lovely mud bath for the warthogs to roll around in.
Mud bath.
That bath will count towards their enrichment welfare, specifically their toy enrichment welfare.
Right there. Did it. Warthogs.
Nice work. You've got a knack for this, I see.
This seems
Now,
empty.
Our contractor had to leave in a hurry, so this place is in a pharaoh state. Unfinished thingamajigs and whatsits all over the shop. But the first thing we need to finish is the ostrich habitat. It's over near the
She's
hippos.
filling it up. Watering can. That's a weird way to do that. But okay. I would have thought like hose, you know? Does it have water now? 10 liters. Excuse me. Oh, wait, she brought food. I want to watch this process, then we'll go over. I'm learning. I'm watching. It's zoo time. Bucket of food. Oh, yeah. Water in. Food in. Abodova. Oh, yeah. Food for the hogs. You gonna eat some food? Hell yeah, Fenyang. Hell yeah, Dahlia. Oh, what do you think? Viewing common warthog. Wow, isn't that great? Alright. Highlighted area. Well, I located it.
Oh,
Ostrich.
before we actually start building our ostrich habitat, let's pause the game. Just click the pause button in the bottom right corner.
Did it.
Ah, that's more like it. A quick break. Sometimes it's a good idea to pause the game whilst you're doing something which requires your concentration, because it'll stop the zoo spinning out of control while you're looking the other way.
That's fair.
Let's keep the game paused while we get this ostrich habitat built. Okay, job number 1 here is to add a habitat gate before we
Keeper
complete
gate.
the
It says
barrier.
keeper gate.
Every habitat needs a habitat
A
gate.
keeper gate.
After all, how else would the keepers get in and out? Just make sure it's hooked up to the path so the keepers can
And it
reach
says habitat gate here. Obstructed by what? Obstructed by what? Excuse me? This is where I have to build it.
Right. Let's complete the perimeter barrier so we can adopt us some ostriches. I've marked out an area for you to use, so I'd like you to finish off the perimeter using the brick barrier.
Can I make this? Okay, no. Hello, this. Excuse me. Pardon me. Yeah, I'm working on it. It's a weird interface, alright? Leave me alone. Can I make it curve? That'd be neat. Is curving a thing? Wait, straight or curved? Curved. Love to see it. Looks so much nicer curved. How does anyone see anything?
Good
It's all brick
work.
habitat.
Remember, before you can place animals in any habitat, it has to have a full loop of connected barrier.
Yeah.
Now, you've probably noticed
I
that
did
guests
notice that.
can't actually see into this habitat at the moment. At least not without a stepladder. But seeing as they're banned, I'd like you to select a piece of barrier and swap out the brick for a glass barrier so the guests can see in.
Alright. We'll do this one. Select a piece of barrier. Glass. Here. Do this whole thing as glass. Yeah. Class. Didn't swap. Okay. Class. Here. Enter. Class. Glass. Yes. Do it. No. Glass. I'll figure this out. And click on the glass. This, please. Can I only do one small section? Hold on.
There we go.
Yes.
Adding in more windows gives guests even more opportunities to see the animals
I
in
want
a
to do
habitat.
more.
It's always best to make sure the guests can get a good view into a habitat from the path they're walking on, because it makes them happy, and because this would be a pretty terrible zoo if they couldn't.
Yes.
The last thing
Can I
we
put
need
more
to
glass?
do is to add a donation box. You see, when guests enjoy the view of an animal, they'll make a donation. Just make sure you put them in easy-to-reach places, like near a viewing point. Donation boxes are one of the main sources of income for the zoo, so make sure you remember them.
That's fair. Can I change this?
Now, before we
Glass.
adopt our ostriches,
Damn it.
you should click the play button. After all, if the game's paused, then so are our caretakers, which will make it a bit tricky for them to deliver the ostriches, eh?
Eh. That's a good point. Pause time.
By the way, as well as pausing the game, you can speed the game up by clicking on the fast forward button. It'll run everything at 2 times and 5 times faster. It can be useful, especially if you're waiting for money to accumulate or for animals to be delivered to your habitat. Personally, I use it when I'm waiting for a brew to finish. All right, you've finished the habitat, so it's high time we adopted those ostriches, don't you think? Let's get 4 of them in here.
Zoo. Send to zoo. Can I not, like... Send to zoo. There we go.
While we wait for them to be collected by the caretakers
faster.
and brought to the habitat, you should get it ready for them. Add a suitable feeding station, water station, and an appropriate food enrichment item.
Slow feeder.
It's often best to place things like enrichments and feeding stations near to the habitat perimeter, so guests can get a really good view of the animals.
That's what I was gonna do. I'm already on it. Blue bowl large. Here. And then water trough small. Can I rotate this? Let's rotate. Ding.
Oh, good to see the ostriches have somewhere they can really stretch their legs. Did you know they can actually run at 43 miles per hour? Oh, heaven
That's
forbid
crazy.
they ever escape. The speed camera fines alone would bankrupt us.
What a funny guy.
Well, Bernie certainly seems impressed. Did you do his speed camera joke? Every time we get an ostrich. So, now we've made the ostriches' lives a bit better, let's do the same for the keepers, shall we? To make it easier for the keepers to feed the ostriches and hippos, we should build a new keeper hut.
Keeper hut.
Keeper huts are where the keepers
Keeper hut.
prepare the food for animals. So they should be placed near to the habitats to make sure the keepers don't waste their time walking when they should be looking after the animals.
Rotate. Z. Keeper hut.
You'll need to rotate the keeper hut to get it to
I'd like
connect up to the
I'd
path.
I'd like to rotate less than... I don't want it to be 90 degrees. Oh, I accidentally brought it up. That's fine, that looks cool, that's fun. I don't want it to be 90 degrees. Oh, here we go. Angle snap. Yeah, fuck angle snapping. Don't need that shit. Keeper hut is up. Why? Because it's cool. Okay, maybe less
This
cool. It's
keeper hut
floating
only
like that.
has
But
space for one keeper, but the larger keeper hut can allow multiple keepers to prepare food at the same time. Oh, but bear in mind that keeper huts and other staff facilities shouldn't be placed near to areas where there are lots of guests. Guests don't like seeing facility
think
buildings,
this
and
is a
it can
keeper
affect
only.
their happiness.
half.
Negatively. In case that wasn't clear. Something that all facilities, shops, and a whole host of other objects need is power. And that
Well,
obviously
see, I would've put the
includes
keeper
your
door
newly
by the
built
keeper hut then.
So let's place a transformer next to it, shall we?
Facilities.
Now,
Transformer.
the reason everything has gone blue is because you're using the power heat map. This map allows you to see what is and what isn't powered in your zoo.
Yeah.
So once you've placed your transformer, you can click in the bottom left to turn the heat map off.
Valid rotation. What's the valid rotation?
Lovely work. Now the keepers can start using the hut to prepare food, and thanks to where you've put it, they won't need to walk very far to deliver it to the ostriches and hippos.
Nice.
Let's get on to your next objective then. Bengal tigers. We want to adopt some, but I'm afraid there's nothing ready for them yet.
What are you doing
Head
over
on
here,
over
lady?
to the plot of land I've marked out. It's not too far
okay.
away.
Highlighted area, go!
Righty, your next job is to build a habitat.
Wow.
From scratch. And concrete and glass, I expect.
Wow.
So
Thank
go
you.
ahead and build it. Just make sure that the habitat includes that big hole we've dug. Oh, and don't forget to add a habitat gate to the barrier.
Yes. Okay, before I add a habitat gate,
Oh, and make sure the guests will be able to see the tigers.
I think this is a keeper-only path based on the Little Planet Zoo icons versus the regular path over here for the guests with the benches and stuff. So, we're going to put the gate back here. There's a transformer here already, so maybe we'll put a keeper hut. There's already a keeper hut nearby. There's a couple of them, I think. There's a keeper hut? It is a keeper hut. Wow, they put little, like, containers over them. Okay. Pause real quick. So we'll put all the entrance and stuff over here, and the keeper hut's already nearby. I'll put the entrance near the keeper hut over in this corner. Alright, so barriers first. We want a... Let's do a red brick barrier, because it's pretty. You do want one of these. Let's add a little bit of curve. So we can curve with the path, which is curved for some reason. Okay, I need this to be shorter. Is there an easier way to... No, I just do this. 4 meters? Yeah. Then we're back to full. Oh, I can go 20 meters. Straight line. Okay, maybe not a 20-meter curve. Let's do an 8-meter curve. So it's nice and smooth, and then we go back to straight lines. And then we want to do a 6-meter straight line, and then back to curved. Bonk. And then back to an 8-meter straight line. Wow, this is looking great. And we'll put some glass in too, but we're not there yet. Gonna give it a little bit of a curve here. And it doesn't matter if this is a straight line or if it's curved because it's just, you know, covering animals. Straight line. There we go. And then we're gonna turn some of this into glass. Probably not on the... Actually, this is the main path. This is good. Some glass here. And some glass here. And then this should be some glass. And this should be some glass, like by the benches. So they can see what's going on. Cool. Then, we want a keeper door. Way over here.
Now, Bernie takes safety very seriously at his zoos, so we should probably make sure those tigers can't jump out of their habitat, don't you think?
That's fair.
The way we'll do it is by changing the height of the habitat's barrier. Okay then, you should start by double-clicking the habitat barrier, which will take you into barrier editing mode.
Drag this.
Great. Now highlight the entire perimeter of the habitat. You can do that by clicking and dragging the barrier selection tool.
Did it. And then we raise the height.
Now you've got all of the perimeter selected, you can increase the height.
How many
of it
meters
by
can a
clicking
tiger
and
jump?
dragging the barrier height tool upwards. You'll want to make sure it reaches a height of at least 3.7 meters.
Oh, I thought it was 3 meters, something like 7 meters. Like what? Let's do 4 meters because it's nice and even.
Now that the habitat is in place, don't forget to put down a donation box near to your viewing areas. We need every dollar we can get. Especially as these tigers aren't exactly eating instant noodles for lunch.
Instant noodles for lunch. Ooh.
Okay, that's the habitat
Wait,
boundary
I wanna put
complete,
more
the
donation
habitat
boxes.
gate's in place, and most importantly, the tigers won't be able to jump out of it anymore. I think it's time we adopted those tigers.
It's in the glass. It's fine. I put the wall too close to the edge. It can only be like attached to the edge, which makes sense. Okay. Animal trading. Animal market. I like this one. And this one. And they would both like to go to here.
Whilst our trusty caretakers collect and deliver the tigers, let's take a look at preparing the habitat for their arrival.
Alright, I'm paused, so
We'll start with
perfect.
the basics. Add a suitable feeding station for them.
On it. Food tray large. Let's put your food tray in view, but not so close to the glass that, like, it's a problem for you, you know? Let's give you food tray here. Everyone can see
This
you.
time,
and you're
instead
nicely
of
in the
adding a
shade.
water bowl, let's try something different. Some animals need a pool in their habitat so they can go for a swim, but they can also use it to drink from. All you have to
Oh.
do is make sure the banks of the pool have a gentle slope so they can easily get a nice, refreshing drink. There's already a pool excavated, but you still need to fill it with water. You should do that by going into terrain and selecting the water tool.
Select rough water.
Yes, that'll do nicely.
Alright.
Of course, just like the warthogs and ostriches, these tigers will also need some enrichment. Why don't you add some suitable toy and food enrichment items into their habitats?
I'm on it. Frozen blood pumpkin over here. And also one over here. And then all enrichment, a rubbing pad. Oh. Let's put this right in guest view, right here in the bushes.
Okay,
Rubbing
it's really
pad.
starting to take shape. Now,
And then a
the
rubbing pad on
tigers will
this
need a
tree.
shelter in their habitat so they can hide from the guests, or more likely, the bad weather. Although, given that we're in England, you might want to think of that just as normal weather. Go on, add a shelter to their habitat. You can either build one from various suitable bits and bobs, or if you like, just pop down the blueprint that I've already built for you.
Bonk. That doesn't really let them hide from guest view. Hold on. I would like to edit this. Remove. Delete. Hold on. Habitat. Shelters. I want it so I can hide from guest view. This way. There we go. They can't see tigers in there. Now what? I've done it. Have I not done it? Habitat? Bedding? Beds and shelters? No. Okay. Now, oh, play. There's no tigers in there. I was like, where are the tigers? So I hit pause. Speed! Let's fucking go. Get in there. Where are the keepers at? Hello? Destination not set. What? Why not? I did set. Move to here. Invalid destination. Why? What? What? Why is this an invalid destination? Cancel move? Did I break it? Because I did it while it was... Hold on. Move. Animal trading. Where is this? Oh, it's paused again. Why? 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 Zoo. Animals. Tiger. Animal escaped. It did not escape. What the heck? What the heck broke? Fire animal. got the basics. I got the basics. We did this one. I'm sure there was a whole other thing, but it broke. Absolutely broke. Could not handle the fact that I moved them while it was paused, and then the tigers escaped, quote unquote. So we already did it. Cool. The Madagascan Simian Conservation Project. Let's go. Inbreeding with related animals reduce fertility and immunity gene potential over successive generations. Oh, thank you.
Welcome to Madagascar. It's quite the change of scenery from dreary old England, huh? Apart from the weather, I suppose. They don't call these places rainforests for nothing. The zoo you'll be working in is an ape sanctuary, where we're doing vitally important conservation work. Not just for apes, but for all kinds of species. But apes, well, apes are some of the closest relatives to humans there are. And yet, the way the world treats them is like, well, very much like some of us treat our actual relatives. Anyway, that's why I'm determined that our operation here does some good. If we can all leave some part of the world in a better state than we found it, we'll have lived lives worth living. And speaking of states, I have a horrible feeling I left the house in the right one. When I get back, I expect my life won't be worth living at all.
What? What? Wait, hold on, what?
What do you think of Madagascar then? Bit warm for my taste, to be honest. Anyway, this is Bernie's primate sanctuary. It's not just primates though. We've got all sorts of animals. So why don't we go and have a look at some of them, eh?
Ayo.
We'll start by taking a look at the red-ruffed lemurs. They're the ones that look like they should be in a Shakespeare play. Come on, let's head over to them.
Oh, you are so British. All right. Red ruffed lemurs.
Red-ruffed lemurs are found in the rainforests of Masoala. That's in northeast Madagascar. They can actually live anywhere from 15 up to 25 years.
Damn.
Fancy that, eh? Okay, when you're ready, let's go find our Bornean orangutans.
Why did we go to the... Okay. The orangutans. Hello. There they are.
The Bornean orangutan is such a marvellous creature. They're always a big favourite at any zoo they feature in. And they're also the biggest tree-dwelling animal on the planet. Assuming you don't count any lions that got stuck up one. Oh, why don't you take a better look at them? Open up their information panel and go into the animal camera.
16 species gender ratio in mixed group. Unable to breed and interact. Oh. Okay. Yes.
Aren't they just incredible?
Orang.
When you're ready, let's go and have a look-see at some of our
'cause he
beautiful
a man.
bonobos. They're quite the characters.
And so he shouldn't have the... Yeah, he shouldn't have the pouches. But he has the pouches, even though Angung is here. So you want to get rid of him, or move him to a different zoo. Locate the highlighted area.
Oh dear! It looks like we've arrived just in time. One of the habitat's barriers has collapsed. And
Oh,
wouldn't you know it,
dear.
one of the bonobos has made a run for it. We'll need to catch them. But before we do, we should box up the other bonobos to stop them escaping too. Select the habitat boundary to bring up the habitat information panel.
Animals. Box all
Good.
animals.
Now open the animals tab.
Boxed. I did it.
Now, we'll need a vet to recapture that escaped bonobo, but it seems our last one left to do some research in the wild. Not an ideal situation. So,
Why
we'll
didn't
need
we
to
have a
hire
vet?
replacement sharpish. Go into the zoo section and then into the staff management area.
Veterinarian. Hire a vet.
Great. Now let's deal with our escapee before they can cause too much havoc. Use the animal alerts to jump to the escaped bonobo.
Salim. Bonobo.
And then click on the Call Vet button to call the vet over to capture it.
Everyone's freaking out. It's just a bonobo.
Oh, okay, that's a relief. So while the vet deals with our bonobo friend, let's go fix up their habitat so they can't escape again. Head back over there. As you can see, the barrier's collapsed. Someone's taken their eye off the ball, obviously. Let's get this one replaced. Select the barrier and then we'll edit it. Delete the broken section of barrier and replace it with a brand spanking new one.
Here, delete.
Good. Now that we've done that, we need to make sure to add climb-proof barriers to the top. That way the bonobos won't be able to climb out. Just make sure you've got the correct piece of barrier selected when you do that. Okay, so go into the options section and select which side the climb-proof barrier needs to go
Both.
on. And don't get it wrong. We're more worried about bonobos climbing out than guests climbing in.
Why would we have one on the outside then?
Nicely done. And I
What's the
think
point of
it's
that?
high time we unbox those bonobos, wouldn't you say? Oh, the poor mites will get sad if we leave them in there for too long.
That's fair.
Select the habitat barrier to bring up the habitat information panel again.
Unbox. I figured it out. Unbox
So,
animals.
it turns out that as well as the old vet leaving, the zoo's mechanics did too.
Wow.
We'll need to hire a couple of new ones so we can help stop any more breakouts.
Bonk.
You see, mechanics do all sorts of
Did it
helpful
already.
things around
You're
the
too
zoo,
slow.
but one of their most important jobs is taking care of the habitat barriers. Without mechanics around to repair them, the barriers will crack, crumble,
Gotcha.
and fall down. And before you know it, we'll be overrun with escaped animals. Go into the zoo section and then into the
scenarios
staff
unlocked.
management area again.
I did this already.
Gosh, we have been busy, haven't we? Good work
yeah,
there.
very busy.
I'm off for a cuppa. Oh, I think
Oh, a
Bernie
cuppa.
wants a word with you.
I had tea earlier. Who wants a word? What's happening?
Oh,
Bernie.
I hear
Jesus,
you
hey,
had a
dude.
bit of an issue with an escaped bonobo.
Yeah,
The
a bit of an
main
issue.
thing is that you dealt with it swiftly, and more importantly, without the animals stealing someone's clothes, putting them on, and then walking out of the front gate.
Whoa.
You see, another key responsibility for our
God, the
vets is
fucking
animal
jokes,
research.
man.
Researching animals allows vets to unlock new enrichment items, additional information for our education resources, enhanced breeding programs, and improvements to food quality. Oh, the animals' food, not the vets. It'll take more than a research grant to
Well.
improve the staff canteen.
Oh, everyone's got
Anyway,
jokes.
As you can see, research is a key part of running your zoo.
I like
In
your hat,
order
brother.
for a vet to undertake research, they require a research centre.
Sorry.
And once again, that's
I'm just
something
gonna
that
close
this
this.
zoo is missing.
Make no
So
mention.
let's build one. I've marked out an area for you to put
That's
it.
funny. Good hat. Research. I was not paying attention. What am I doing? Visiting players. Oh, like there's players walking around. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. What was I doing? Objectives? Locate the highlighted area. I'm here.
Now, you've probably noticed that there's already a building where
Oh,
I
it
want
sure
you to build
is.
the research centre.
It sure
Don't
is.
worry. You see, the building that's currently there is actually a hollow shell. So we're able to place our new building inside of it. If you
Alright.
select the research centre for placement and then hover over the shell, you'll see that it asks if you want to add the research centre to the existing building.
Research center. Gotta run. No worries, Goop. Have a good day. I love
Okay,
that little Goop
click
gif.
to add it to the building.
Excellent.
Oh, but that won't place it in just yet, though. First, we'll need to rotate our research centre so it automatically connects to the path when we place it.
You. I'd like to. How do I select group 62 to editing group 60? There we go. Well, that didn't really work. Ensure auto stacking is on. Ensure auto stacking is off to make placing the research center easier. Auto stacking is not on. There we go. Did
right.
it.
Splendid work.
Thank you.
Now that we have a brand
I don't like build the
new
shell
research
around it,
centre,
you know?
we can give our vets something to do in there. Oh, by the way, it's worth noting that the vets will only do research when they're not required to do any other jobs. That said, you can change what jobs a vet does via their information panel. But let's not worry about that just now. So, let's get our vet researching ring-tailed lemurs.
Yeah,
Go
ring-tailed
into the zoo
lemurs.
section and select Vet Research.
I've done it now.
Here,
What?
you can see a list of all the animals present in your zoo, and also all the potential diseases that can occur. Now, drag and drop your vet onto the ring-tailed lemur to start their research.
Whoops. I opened the edit. Hold on. Hold on, lady. I'm working on it. View vet research. Ring-tailed lemur. You. Oh, I'm sorry. What is your name? Longhardon? It's like one letter off of Longhardon.
Actually, thinking about
It's fucking
it,
funny.
I'm not sure we've got any education boards or speakers by the lemur's habitat. Let's
Okay.
head over there and add some, so our guests can learn all about the furry little delights.
Okay. Oh, they've got like a viewing platform. That's
First
cool.
off, let's pop down 2 education boards. Place them on the habitat barriers at a height that guests can see, or, if you like, pop them down on a stand.
Education boards. Habitat education board. I'm putting it on a stand because there's no real like barrier spot for it. How many? 2 education boards. Right here. Right here.
Okay, now that they've been put into position, we have to tell them what animal to display information about. Select one of the education boards to bring up its information panel.
Ah, I see. Ring-tailed
And from the
lemur.
drop-down list, select ring-tailed lemur. Although I'm sure that last part was obvious.
It was
When you
though.
link an education board or a speaker to an animal, you need to make sure that said animal is close by. If it isn't, the guests will get confused and won't learn as much.
Okay.
Okay, now that we've done the education boards, let's pop down a pair of speakers. Speakers play audio to the guests so they can learn while they look at the animals, instead of having to go through the laborious process of reading. Oh, one thing to bear
How
in
many
mind
speakers?
is that it's important not to
2.
put the speakers too close together. If you do, the guests won't be able to understand what's being said.
Education speaker.
Now we simply need to link the speakers to the ring-tailed lemurs, just like you did with the education boards.
Bonk. Done.
Fantastic! Oh, it's worth remembering that education boards and speakers both need power to work. They won't do much good without it.
Oh.
Oh, it looks as though our vet has completed their research on ring-tailed
Oh,
lemurs.
he completed the research
We'll need
because
to
of
collect
the
results.
education boards that helped
We
him
can
out.
do that by clicking on the notification or by going back into the vet research area.
Notification, research complete.
Go on, collect your research rewards. Just so you know, vets will continue to research an animal even after successfully completing
Where's
a research
the
level.
research rewards?
I suppose when you're in the zone, you're in the zone.
Okay, I'm here. Collect rewards.
Well, now that we've enriched the lives of our guests,
Oh, yes, I did it.
let's enrich the
Oh, I
lives
did
of
do it.
our
It's up here, it's
ring-tailed
5.
lemurs. Some
Education
animals,
bonus.
like lemurs, will have a climbing need. That means they have a requirement for a certain amount of climbing space, and you can fulfill that requirement by building them a climbing frame. Let's find out how much more climbing space our lemur friends need, shall we? Select one of them and bring up their
Severe
information
social
panel.
welfare issues. Hold on, wait.
Next, click on the Terrain tab.
Oh, there's a lot of tabs. Terrain.
Now, as you can see, the lemurs need quite a lot more climbing space. But as it happens, I've already got a climbing frame blueprint built
Too much
here.
sand, more grass
so
needed.
you can either pop that down or build one yourself from scratch.
Habitat.
By the way, it's not always just climbing needs that you have to worry about. Other animals might need a certain amount of water in their habitat so they can go for a swim. They certainly do keep us on our toes.
Lemur climbing frame. This really gets they can leap right out, I think, but I'll put this lower. No. Well, we'll find out. Outside placement area. Where's the placement area?
Oh, that's a great climbing frame for them. They're going to absolutely love it.
Leap.
Do you know what would make them even happier, though? Nicer food. But that's true of all of us, though, isn't it? You can unlock better quality food for animals through research. Luckily, we've already unlocked some for the lemurs, so all that remains is to make sure they get served it from now on. Let's bring up the habitat information panel by selecting the lemur habitat.
I'm here already. I think. Lemur habitat. Lemur habitat. How do I select habitat? Zoo. No. Zoo overdue? No. Habitat. No.
Lovely.
There we
Now
go.
select the
Figured it
Animals
out.
tab.
Food quality 2.
So, a new climbing frame and better food. Oh, you've really spoilt those lemurs rotten. Now, I think it's time we looked at one of the zoo's most important responsibilities. Releasing animals into the wild. You see, when we feel an animal is ready, we can release them into the wild. But what makes an animal a good candidate for release? Well, their age is an important factor. I mean, we can't release an animal that's a juvenile, just as we can't release one that's gotten too old.
That's fair.
They'll also need to be fertile. After all, the idea is to repopulate the wild, so the best candidates will have a high fertility gene. And together, the age and fertility of a candidate will determine how many conservation credits will be rewarded when we release them. Now, conservation credits are vitally important. They're the lifeblood of your zoo, because earning them allows you to adopt even more animals. And what's more, the animals you can adopt will be of a higher quality. So, with that in mind, let's pop over to our orangutan habitat.
Here. Oh, wait, that's what the juvenile's about. Angguang. Yeah, I knew it.
Okay, I'd like you to find Agung, the Bornean orangutan in the habitat, and select him, please. You can either click through each orangutan in turn, or select the habitat barrier, go to the Animals tab in the Habitat Information panel, and find him in the Animals list.
But he's not the outsider. He lives here. Alright. See ya, Angguang. Release.
I know it's sad to see him go, but he'll be happy out in the wild.
Yeah.
And he's a wonderful candidate for release. Young, strong, and fertile. Excellent work there.
I know, it's like zoo stuff. It's just funny to
got
me.
Potential, you know.
Locate the highlighted area.
Ah, I see you've been doing some homework. Although it hardly seems like work when you're learning about something as adorable as a ring-tailed lemur. I imagine I'd have got much better grades at school if there'd been less algebra and more aldebra. Tortoises.
Oh, yeah. Whoa.
Okay, so far we've done a lot of work with habitat animals, but now it's time to learn all about exhibit animals. Let's build a brand new exhibit. I've marked an area for our new
exhibit animals.
How about we head over there?
Fuck yes. Exhibits are here.
Lovely. Now let's build a new exhibit in the gap that's been left. Just add it to the building like we did with the research centre earlier, then pop it into the gap. Perfect. The next thing to do is adopt an exhibit animal to go in there. How about a Gila monster? Open up the exhibit trading section and adopt one.
Adopt.
When you send an animal to an exhibit, it'll automatically be given the correct setup.
Oh, there he
But
is.
that doesn't mean it's completely ready for them. So let's finish it off. We'll start by adding some enrichment items. Click on the exhibit to bring up its information panel.
Way up.
Good. Now click on the Layout tab. As I'm sure you know by now, you can unlock more enrichment levels by having one of your vets do some research. Now, we'll also need to set the temperature and humidity in the exhibit. These are vitally important for keeping our Gila monster happy and comfortable. Click on the Climate tab.
30. Oh, too low,
you
too
can
low,
see
too
the
low.
Gila monster's desired temperature and humidity. You can
39.
change both of these by adjusting the dials below. Make sure it's going to be nice and cozy.
Yeah. Reduce humidity. Become dry. Too dry, too dry.
That's the ticket. And the last thing we need to look at is setting up the different windows.
Whoops.
So click on the Windows tab.
What am I doing with this?
You can edit and customize any of the windows on an exhibit. A window can be closed and blank, or have a 2-dimensional background, or even a 3-dimensional background on it. Why don't you have a play around with the options?
I like that. And then I can do that on this one too. Hold on.
There's also
Window
an
4.
exhibit education board.
Oh.
Pop them down near your
3.
exhibits to teach your guests about them. Let's add one now.
Look at that. Look at that. Okay, facilities. Boards. All boards. Exhibit education board. I like exhibits. I might just be an exhibit zoo. Bonk. Gila monster.
Lovely stuff. Now our guests can learn all about our venomous friend here.
Where'd he go?
Right, now, I've got a bit of a big job for you.
It's right there.
I need you to increase the number of species in the zoo. You'll probably want to adopt both habitat and exhibit animals to do so, which will
Okay.
mean building plenty of new habitats and exhibits for them. Go on, off you pop. I'll check in with you when you're almost done.
Is there like exhibit spaces already existing? Or I just need to slam... Oh, wait, there's a space here. Exhibit trading. Cockroach. Do we have any of these? Is there like a list of like what we do have? Zoo. Animals. Exhibits. So we have nothing here. We have a giant burrowing cockroach, and we have an iguana and a Gila monster. So let's grab something that's not any of those. So we already have those. The giant tiger snail is pretty good. Goliath frog is good. So we have option of Goliath frog or giant tiger snail. Let's go with the fucking giant tiger snail. Hold on. Zoopedia. Any information about species data? Group size 1 to 6. Do not actively live in groups, but are passive enough to tolerate others without aggression. Okay. Good to know. Put 2 in there? You think? I think 2. I think 2 snails. We'll put a breeding pair in there. Adopt, and then adopt. Okay. Exhibit trading. Pop, pop. Send to zoo. Here. And then do the same thing with the customize, which is this window. Yep, you got it. 3D facade. Brilliant. Love a good 3D facade. No. Okay, there we go. Animal is not in its ideal humidity range. I know, I'm working on it. Humidity's like half. A little under half, actually. Make it a little cooler. Just a little cooler. There we go. Humidity can go higher. Perfect. Climate. Layout. Give you some layout rocks. Nice. Snails. Oh, there's one. I was like, where are they? And then an education. Obviously. Gotta do an education. Facilities. Education board. Here. And it is for the snail. And then a little donation thing. Excuse me. Donation here. Do you want to donate to the snail? I have come to give unnecessary animal facts. Thank you for coming to give unnecessary animal facts. Vet research is complete. Wow. More lemurs. I've learned so much about lemurs. I might change my research up. Teach me about... Whoa. Diseases. Okay. Teach me about the... no. You know what? Keep doing your lemurs. Okay, one sec. I will be right back. Here's the little bird room. No, I'll be back. Get some animals. I'm back. I mean, I'm half back. All right, I'm back. What do you got for me, Rogers? I'm gonna go adopt an... Oh, I got a notification while I was peeing. Animal has eaten guest food. How? Lintang! Don't eat guest food. You know, he has moderate nutrition issues. There's a trash can right there, guys. There's a trash can right there. Okay. We need a new... I love the exhibit animals. I want to do more exhibit animals, but... Oh, for this guy. Hold on. This window? This window? No. No, not that one. There we go. This should be 3D facade. Yeah, look at that. Let's see what's in here. Cockroaches. Cockroaches and snails. You know, it's putting them together. Is there only one cockroach in there? Hold on. Animals. We got one cockroach in there. Okay. Oh. Hello, weird little things. Okay, that's all the exhibit animal space. I bet you they left me some open, empty space for some animal stuff. Or maybe they want me to build a whole thing. Hello? Okay. Thought she was dead. Thought he was dead. Just the way it was, just, I was like, oh, dead hippo. It is not. I don't see any more Space Planet Zoo. Where would you even build? Because the other ones gave me like little empty buildings to put stuff in. Oh, there's space over here. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Animal trading. What animals do we want? Animal market. What do we not have actually? Let's start there. I wish it would say like, hey, you have this animal in your zoo. Okay, we've got bonobos, we got orangutans, we got the snails and stuff, we got hippos, mandrills, red-ruffed lemurs, ring-tailed lemurs. We don't have any tapirs. There's only one of those. What's their, like, stuff? Endangered. Up to one male and up to one female. Are often solitary, but may also be found in monogamous pairs with young offspring or in temporary feeding groups. Okay. Let's build their habitat first. Tapir. Habitat. We need walls. It might actually be under facilities, isn't it? No. Barriers. That's what I want. Viewing dome. The fuck is a viewing dome? Anyway, wood logs. I have a path right along here, right along the water. We'll put the tapir. Actually, do tapirs like water? Can I make this part of the exhibit? Hold on. We're gonna shoot the rodeo here. Let's put some curves in this. Alright. Little habitat. Little habitat for the tapir, so I can fit something else here. What do they... Ooh, there's two now. Oh, it's two males. We'll pick you got high fertility. We'll adopt you. I need you. Animal storage. Where's quarantine? How do I quarantine? I don't know how to quarantine. It said I needed to do that, but it hasn't made me do it yet, so... I'll keep working on the habitat while we wait. Okay, so animal trading, storage, what do you... Actually, I should just look at animal Zoopedia? Zoopedia. I would like your Zoopedia, please. This, here we go, tapir. Okay. What do you want? What do you want? Habitat, generally. Oh, you know, let's put them in hay, fruit, rock vegetables. Okay, so we want some habitat stuff. We want food first, the basics. Food trough medium. Put that here. Well, there's already water here, so I assume they don't need water. Let's give... Actually, I forgot about this. Let's do some glass. And we need a gate. We need a barrier gate. Or gate for the workers. I'm gonna have the path extend over this way, probably. So we'll put the gate like... Oh, there'd probably also be an exhibit right here. Have the path for the back. Yeah. Good idea. One of the few places where whale sharks have been seen to mate is St. Helena, the same island that Napoleon was banished to. Weird. Maybe they're just history buffs. Do I not get regular glass? Only thick glass. Okay. I don't think tapirs can jump too high. I could be wrong on that. I could be proven wrong. Nature. Is there a way to, like, filter? No. Like, if I go to habitat, can I filter it by animal species? Yes, I can. Where is tapir? Baird's tapir. Oh. Nice. Okay. And let's give you a basic shelter over here. Away from guest view. Bonk. And then you get some large bedding to hang out in. Let's give you a barrel feeder. That's fun. Oh, it's gonna roll right down that hill. Hold on. Move. Wow, this is a... I don't know if the barrel feeder is a good idea here, guys. No matter what, it seems to want to roll away. Which might be the point, to like push it around, but I think it's just going to roll down the hill. So that's not interesting for them. You know, I'm going to pause this while I'm setting this up. Fruit spike tree. That's fun. A spring. Oh my god. A sprinkler. A sprinkler. Is it too hot for them? It's 45 fucking degrees. Jesus. It's so fucking hot here. And then there's also heaters. I don't think they want that. Cardboard box. Oh, we want one of these to be. It's not a facility yet. Oh, because there's no door. Hold on. Put the habitat gate back here. And then this. Yep. Then we get a path. Aha, there's the paths. Oh, why is it so thick? Why would you do that? 5 meters. Yeah, like all the other... What is happening? Why is this? I guess 4 meters is the size of this path? Yeah, okay. Staff path. Stop angle snapping. I want it to go over the water. Over the water. There used to be a way... Hold on. There used to be a way to create a staff path that, like, went up. There we go. Terrain too uneven for placement. I don't think so. Yeah, there we go. How do I rotate that? Ha ha ha! I should probably increase the length past 1. It's like, why is this so slow? Because your length is still set to 1. And then we have this come along the back here. This is big brain. And then there'll be another facility there. Then we want to connect this up. So the staff can get here. And then we were... Edit group mode. I want to edit this. There we go. Now the staff can make it. Is this a staff location? Yes, it's just a different road color. Okay. Can I change the road color for this? Yes, but that's a lot of work. Too lazy. Okay, so we're gonna set up a keeper hut along this path, probably like right here. Facilities. Staff facilities. Yep, all African keeper hut. Is there African keeper hut big? No. There we go. And we're gonna need power. Utilities. Transformer. So there's no power over here. Put that here and put it there so it can be accessed. It's just gonna be open to the air. I don't care if people can see it. Wow, that's ugly. It's fine. Okay. Keeper hut, small. It's got power. Why is this not a... Oh, there it is. Habitat empty. Yes. We're gonna put... Last time I did this, it broke the game. So let's put you here. Bears. Tapir. I'd like a refresh list. Can I make like a request? Yeah, there's only Sipili, which is it's not gonna work. And then oh, that's a staff path over there. This was a guest path. Okay, we're gonna edit this. Path. Guest path. And it comes down. What is there any like regular non? Yeah, it's all this wood. So we're gonna keep the wood aesthetic. Right along there. And then you go this way. And you loop back around. Actually, we're doing a little bit of a... Wow, what's over here? That's crazy. There's all this stuff over here. Preemptively getting ready for stuff. It's a long, winding path for all the different exhibits I'm putting here. In theory. No, I guess no. There's a tapir. Where is he? It's over here. Hello, friend. Okay, what do you need? Plants. And shelter space is critically insufficient to cover all animals. Okay. So, nature. What kind of plants do you like? Biome. What's your biome? What's your biome? Pause. Terrain. Hard shelter. Okay. And your... Too much... Needs less sand and wants more soil. Okay. So let's start there. Let's start at sand and soil. Rocks isn't quite what I'm looking for. Construction. Lights, art shapes, special effects, props, terrain. Painting. I want more soil, heavy. More soil, less sand. How much sand does he want? Okay, some. There we go. There's not enough grass short now. So we want to add a little more of that into the mix. Just a little less soil, but there we go. And then grass long. Some of that too. There we go. There's not enough rock. Rock rough. Put that over here. Rock section. Rock section. Okay. And then we get terrain at 100%. Perfect. It's even got a navigable swimming area. Because apparently he likes to swim. Alright. What kind of rocks? What's your terrain, dude? South Central America. Okay. Biome? Wait, that's not a... Tropical, tropical and temperate. Temperate, tropical. Continent. South Central America. And we want grassland as well. And aquatic. Okay. Okay. Good to know. Mossy rocks, desert rocks, or savanna rocks, temperate rock, tropical rock. Let's do some tropical rocks. Big ol' rock. Big ol' rock. How's that for coverage on your rocks, huh? Hard shelter. Is this not... Does this not count? Hold on. Habitat. That's in shelters. Do I need a bigger shelter? Is that better? Hold on. Oh heck yeah, more food quality. It's not my it's not my thing. I don't have to pay for it. Okay. I'm gonna give more plants and see if that helps. Broken yellow ipe tree. That's kind of fun. Is there any like live ipe trees? Ipe tree. Alright, doesn't like that. Not a fan of that. Wait, don't hit play, does it increase the... Oh, it does. Okay, so plants. Let's just do... South Central America temperate. Or South Central America? Okay, we got more options. That's big. I don't think that's what he's after. I think there was some aquatic plants that want doing too. Hold on. Biome. Let's go to tropical. That's kind of what we're doing. Tropical leaf litter. Does that help? No. What about a tree? Or a it's just a Swiss cheese plant, large? Something like that. He likes trees. Yeah, strangler figs. Okay, strangler fig 3. Oh, look at that tree. Okay, the shelter's still not quite enough. Habitat. I know I don't have to waste time to make them happy, but why else am I here? You know. So you need to add two shelters, a water shelter. Does that count, even though it's in a dumb spot? Kind of. What if it's another one? Hold on. Add another shelter over here. Make it actually accessible instead of just like goofing it. There we go, 100%. Can there be another? There's no more tapirs. Give me a tapir. I want another tapir. Give it to me. Tapir. All right. Well, I guess we're gonna have to wait on the tapir. Can I set like a notification, like, hey, if there's a tapir available, sign me up. Oh, you did it. Boxes. Yeah. Apply or remove contraceptives. Oh. What are you missing on your nutrition? Last meal quality. Oh, it's just meal quality, which I just increased your meal quality, so. Vet research complete. Oh, he's still researching. He's still researching lemurs. Good job, buddy. You keep doing that. Learn all there is to know about lemurs. Pause again. Well, I think through the next facility. You know what? That doesn't look half bad. It looks a little scattered. It doesn't look half bad. Could be worse. This hasn't been updated. Fix this. Also, this. Fix the food. He hungry. He hungry. Okay. Let's put something else here. What are our options? Bonobos we have. Hippopotamuses we have. Mandrills we have. Red ruffed lemurs we have. Western chimpanzee. I don't think we have this. Hold on. Zoo? Western chimpanzee we don't have. Species unavailable for research. Interesting. Can I not? Why? Because we don't have one? Is that why? Probably why. So we're missing Western chimpanzee. That's like the only animal we are missing on the list of animals we can have. Who's ringing my doorbell? Delivery man. Is that for me? Anyway, okay. Let's put something dead center. Chimps. Definitely chimps, I think. Longevity. Is this an old chimp? Why is longevity low? Gray hairs, brown, pink skin, immunity 0. Why? Listing details. Source pet. I see. This is a rescue of someone, like, having a pet. But she'll be alone, and I don't think that's good for chimps. Very social animals living in large groups in the wild. Males are dominant in chimpanzee society within the... with their age being a primary determining factor in their hierarchy. The males in individual groups are interrelated, while unrelated females migrate from other groups. They will all further their social bonding by hunting together and grooming each other. They will even learn skills from one another, such as how to use sticks and rocks as tools. Interesting. Well, I can't really grab them because I'm not going to have a lone chimp. Be the saddest chimp in existence. Oh, this would be using my conservation points. I see. Which I do have quite a lot of. Let's grab her. Hope for another tapir. Hope for another chimp. I'm going to set some research real quick. I forgot how to do. Do I have to go to the research building? Wherever I put that? Research building. What's the problem with the shells? The research building. View vet research. Alright, we're gonna have you researching, not chimpanzee... What's something that chimpanzee... Not, obviously not that. Cowpox, FIP, that's for cats. Simian. Let's do this. Vet assigned. Research that disease, please. Just in case. I see the word simian. If we're gonna get some simians in here, I'd like it to not have a problem. Okay. Oh, actually, I've just thought of a really fun idea. I'm gonna do a big habitat. Big habitat. Okay, big habitat. So we want a track airlock. That's the gate. I want the walls. Wood logs are our only option, so we do big. That's going to start here. And we're going to build this in wood first, and then we'll figure out the rest. Shorten that up. I want this to, like, go along the track of this road, basically. So I'm building it in very small segments. Which is going to be really annoying with the glass, but we'll get there. We will have to give climbing stops on all of them. So what I want is to give the chimps a huge facility. And so I'm doing it all along this path, essentially. And then everything back there will be chimp facility. Essentially. Okay. And then we branch off here. Make this longer. We give the chimps all of this space. See what I'm saying? You feel me? Big chimp space. And then a lot of stuff is like built in for us, and I think they are kind of native to the area, so it's like makes sense. And then we drop our track airlock. Jesus. That is probably what we would need, though. Honestly, actually, might not work if there's not a... Hold on. I had to think about this for a second. If there's no second airlock, it doesn't work. So I'm just going to put a wooden habitat gate. No. We're wrong. This is this. And then a wooden habitat gate. It connects up to here. It's the same little path. So we're good there. And they get this little, you know, they get this hut. Now this is a habitat, yes? Yes, it is. Okay. And now we want to select the whole thing and raise this. How high does this need to be? These trees are really tall. Can they get out through the trees? Let's just give it a big... Let's really just lean into the 10 meters. And then also give everything climb proof. On the inside? It all went on the inside, right? Yes. Curve barrier top edge. What does that do? Oh, nothing, because I didn't increase the angle. Oh, interesting. No, I'm alright. Whoops. Cool. They have the little climb proof thing in there. That should be fine. They might be able to climb these trees and have it be a problem. But so they don't have as much water as I had hoped. That's fine. Okay. And now for these, we have to go through and individually glass these up. We can't highlight a bunch and then do glass, can we? Oh, we can. Wish I could remove the panel, but I did make it that length. So that's my problem. Wait, glass? Oh, window. Wait. Hold on. This is easier. Glass. Yeah, one-way glass, too. That's interesting. Glass. I'm gonna go glass just a little bit more this way. Oh, that's as far as we can go. Glass. Cool. And we can make this, all of this stuff, and turn that into glass for them, so that they can see the ocean, you know. Not that they would want to go, not the ocean, but like the water, they can see it. Okay. So they know that they're trapped. Right, exhibit. Animal trading. More bonobos. Fresh list. Damn. I should probably be on play so the list we keep track of. Let's put our bonobo in there and see what else we need to do. Animal trading, animal storage. Send to zoo. Okay. Habitat. So we definitely want to change this to species chimpanzee. Has a special name, but I don't remember what it was. Something chimpanzee. Western chimpanzee, I believe. Big shelter back here. Give them as much stuff as they need. Lots of bedding. Log shelter. Well, that's kind of fun. Enrichment items. Climbing frames. Well, that's not that interesting. Yeah, climbing frames. I know there's like trees and stuff, but...
My, you have been busy, haven't you?
Yeah.
Splendid. But now that you've adopted all these lovely new species, we need to make sure they're nice and happy. So let's get the
world's
average
loneliest
across
chimpanzee.
the zoo nice and high, shall we? And by we, I mean you. Go on, get to it.
Habitat. Food enrichment. Oh, actually, while you're here, Keeper, hold on. Food and water. Arboreal feeding platform. Arboreal feeding platform. Get food. Just in case. I'm gonna give them a water trough behind this tree. I know they have water already in the form of, like, over here, but I want to make sure they have water. Heaters and coolants. We'll put a cooler over here in case they want it. This is the cool zone. We'll put a heater. We don't need a heater. You just don't need a heater. Does the cooler just work? Yeah, so it's a cooler zone over there. It's not as hot if they so desired it. What are you at? Where are you? Hello. What do you want? More enrichment. Toy enrichment, food enrichment. Alright, lots of enrichment. Let's do it. Enrichment items, food enrichment. Block of frozen fruit. Pop that here. She'll pop that over here. Remove this from this spot. Block of frozen fruit. Okay, whatever. Forage box we'll put over here because it's kind of fun. And fixed roller feeder. There. And a termite mound. Ooh, cool. Tree forager. There. Lots of stuff for you to do. Toys. Mirror mobile. Can I put it on the climbing frame? I don't know if that counts, but I'm doing it. A cardboard box. A classic. A little musical keyboard for you to play with if you want. Right. For the people's amusement. Go grab ball. A drum. Okay, well. And then have a block of ice. How are you now? How's your enrichment levels now? Overstimulated? Good. Animals not benefiting from living from a diverse range of suitable species. Interesting that you can do that. That's cool. I know. The social group is a problem. That is the biggest issue right now. I'm just waiting for... Feeding station cannot be reached by keepers. Well, okay. That better? That one is also too high. Sorry, chimpanzee. Status inaccessible. Accessible. Okay. No, not. What do you say? No, go away. Well, I like keeper to feed. The chimps? Thank you. Did the tapir ever get fed? No. What the heck? Keeper requested. Feed the gosh dang tapir. What's wrong with you people? Is it going to the chimp or the tapir? The chimp one get undone. Out of curiosity. Keeper urgently assigned. No, okay. How many zookeepers do I have? Hold on. Let's ask this question. We get a lot of keepers. What do you do? No work zone. Caretaker fucking... Where are they? Work zone. Work zones. Create new work zone. No staff room in work zone. Okay. Here, we'll make a staff room. We'll set up down here. Facilities. Staff facilities. We want staff room, small. We want a quarantine, small. No, I'm gonna need a quarantine, small. Workshop, small. I don't know what that's for. Mechanics, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Now we set a work zone. Zoo. Work zones. Create new work zone. This. All of this. In another work zone. No, it isn't. Okay. This is called New Land. New Land. New land exists. Okay. Now we can go to the zoo. Staff. You don't have a work zone. Guess what you're working? You're working in new land. You are also working new land. 2 keepers. All right. Let's see. So you get fed? No. Why is there no... Feed the tapir. Fucking feed. Food him. The heck? The heck? Feed the animals. Which one? Which one are you complaining about? That one? You said it could be reached. You said it could be reached. Fine. Arboreal food platforms going on the ground. I don't have time for this, keepers. I need to... Oh, perfect. Adopt. Tapir. Hey, and more chimps. Adopt. Adopt. Okay. Research is complete. Whee! Okay, let's grab our aminals. Send to zoo. Send to zoo. I don't see a way to quarantine them, so I'll send to zoo. There we go. I think we got... What are you? Yeah. A breeding pair of tapirs. Donation boxes. Fuck, I just remembered. Facilities. Devices and education. Habitat Education Board. Legs. There. And then we'll do a regular education board. Why are you that way? Why are you angled that way? Align to surface. There we go. That's more what we want to see. Education board. Or the chimpanzees. Or the chimpanzees. Okay. Western chimpanzee. Is it backwards? No, it just didn't appear. No power. They're digital. I see. That one has power. Okay, this one is for the tapir. Oh, that's just the board. Huh. Okay, one sec. Facilities. There we go. A tapir. There you go. Information on the tapir. And then what we actually came here for is this. Donation box. This seems to be a popular spot to stand. So does this. And also here. And here. And here. And here. How are you guys doing overall? Social? Pretty good. Still need some more adults and juveniles. That's fine. What's the current animal list? So we got one male and a couple females. That's probably basically what we want to be doing. Do we have any more chimps on the market? No. I mean, yes, but they're bonobos, which is different. What's my goal here? Increase the average habitat species, overall welfare to 90%. Okay, can I see an overall zoo overview? Graphs. No. Overview. I want to see animal average welfare, 85%. Can I see why? Animals. Welfare down. Okay. Why are you low welfare? Let me see your tapir, and the bonobos aren't happy. But let's see why the tapir's unhappy. This one's fine. She's been around. Why is the other one unhappy? Where's the other tapir? Where'd he go? Hello? Tapir? Where's your friend? Zipili, where are you? Why are you... Social issues, stress. Is stressed from trying to hide. Oh. Okay. Let's give it some more food enrichment, and let's give it a bigger bush to hide in. Hold on. These are trees. I want a bush. It's Kavala bush. Let's put that here. There you go. And then want more food enrichment. Okay. Habitat. Food enrichment for the tapir. Guess you don't have a forage box. Let's give you a little forage box. Let's put that... I don't know if I can actually put this anywhere. No, I can put it here. Okay, wait, that kind of fucked up the terrain a little bit. But it lets us move this slightly. Why is there a hole now? What the hell just happened with the... Hold on. I'm just gonna move that. Let's just give you the barrel feeder. It will just roll away, but at the very least, you'll get the food enrichment, you know? Which should help. This habitat is pretty barren. What are you talking about? It's great. It's exactly what they want. They're quite happy now. Available food, low. I know. Why is it so low? Where are the keepers that are assigned to this area? Hold on. Where the fuck is my staff? Refilling feeder, where are you? Chimp feeder. You are refilling the feeder. Where are you? Why are you over here? This isn't your area. This is not your area. You're only in New Land. Why are you here? I don't know why they're over there. I'm gonna hire one more keeper. And you're gonna be in New Land only. Before you go anywhere. This is your zone. Oh, is it because the keeper hut is inefficient? I see. It's not work zone 13. Remove work zone 13. New Land. Okay. Let's add another fucking facilities. Let's add another keeper hut. We can do bigger. Keeper hut large. Doesn't look good, but It'll work. And then we go back to the work zone. New land. Edit work zone. Vet has not attended. What the fuck? Why not? What are my vets doing? What is the... Oh, the vet. I only have one vet. That's why. They only had me hire one vet earlier. Let's get a couple more of those. We have unlimited money for this thing. Dope. Vets. Go check the animals. My little army of vets. Cool. Be free. Go. Now, would someone please feed the tapir? Any of you doing it? Going to a habitat. Which habitat are you going to? Inspecting habitat 8. Is that your work zone? I don't think so. What are you doing? Guys, feed the animals. Oh, it's raining. Why do you refuse to feed my animals? Feed them. They are starving. Distressed and trying to hide. Oi. Let's drop the welfare all the way down. I gave you so many places to hide. You got bushes, you got stuff. Oh, Lord. Lord almighty. Alright. Animal is stressed. Low welfare. I see that. I would love to help you. But you guys aren't taking the multitude of opportunities to hide over here. What are you doing? Animal welfare has attracted protesters. Look, they're just low welfare because they're stressed about people, about you. How did you get up there? Hold on. Nature. Rocks. Bigger rock. There. Hide from view. That should work, right? Okay, it's already getting better. Okay, overall zoo. What's the overall zoo? What are we looking at animal-wise? Yes, it makes sense. Thank you. I see it. I understand. Welfare has attracted... I wish they would be fed, but they're not being fed. For whatever fucking reason. Oh, are you feeding? Oh. Inspecting Habitat 7. I don't want you guys to inspect it. I want you guys to fucking feed it. The animals in Habitat 7 aren't hungry? How do you know that? Okay, whatever. Okay, zoo. Animals. Happiness. Welfare is low on the chimps. Let's go check on the chimps. Or the bonobos, I should say, which are also chimps, but you know what I mean. Let's see. What is your guys' general thoughts? What's your problem? Enrichment. No food enrichment, no toy enrichment. Well, that's easy to fix. That's so easy to fix. Species. Bonobo. Have a roller. Have a termite mound. Have a tree forager. That's too high up. It's inaccessible. Okay. Have a block of frozen fruit. We're gonna put this by that. And then some toy enrichment. Let's give you a instrument and some drums and another block of ice and a sprinkler.
You should be proud of yourself.
We did it.
Not only have you expanded the zoo and kept the animals as happy as Lanny, but you didn't bankrupt us in the process. Amazing.
I mean, I could have. We did have a lot of money, though. I did it. I've done it. Zoo complete. All that work and it's gone forever. It's like a Zen garden, you know? Oh. And excellent timing. Because I am going to take a break for the rest of the day. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you coming to say hello. Appreciate the animal fact, Rogers. We're going to keep going with this eventually. But yeah, I want to try the career scenarios, and they're coming along good. This one I haven't done yet, but these other ones are gold. I got gold statues, so yeah. That'll be fun. I do want to try at some point a zoo that's like a one animal zoo or something, or like a one animal and then a bunch of like smaller exhibits or something, but I don't know. Anyway, I will catch you guys. Wait. Thanks for stopping by. I will catch you guys later. Wait, is my stream even playing? Yeah, it is. I just can't hear it for some reason. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry for the weird Baldur's Gate Zoo thing. I told you I had no idea what I was doing today. We spent an hour trying to figure it out. But yeah, I had no idea what I'm going to stream next. Probably won't, I want to do more of that Baldur's Gate game actually, so we'll try and get that done. Anyway, I will catch you guys later. Always appreciate hanging out, the vibe with me. While I play whatever. Anyway, next stream will probably be tomorrow. I know every time I say that it's like another week until I stream again, but I'm really hoping I can get stream in tomorrow. Anyway, I will catch you guys later. Bye.